race to win wars and explore the stars, have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions. Alcohol, a relaxing drink today, but an essential historical military tool. Freeze drying, the space program past of our instant coffee. The Airstream trailer, at home transporting families and astronauts. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. Many of us like the occasional drink, be it at festive times, celebrations, or just for relaxing after a long day at work. But did you know that alcohol has many different uses other than drinking, and it has a strong connection to the military?
You don't have to go too far back, when there was no such thing as anaesthetic. If you were a soldier wounded at the Battle of Waterloo 200 years ago, or Trafalgar with splinters through your leg, they're going to take that leg off. They're going to give you rum, the ancient anaesthetic, alcohol. They're going to get you as drunk can be. And they're going to have to take that leg off in seconds.
So alcohol has been used for many different things in medicine over time. From the earliest times it was used for anaesthetics, also help clean wounds perhaps because it would break up some bacterial cells, for the soldiers in wartime, but also perhaps for a bit of Dutch courage at the same time.
Alcohol, in its purest form, is called ethanol, which is the byproduct of fermentation. Fermentation is the reaction of yeast with sugars in foods. Wine and cider come from fermented fruit, while beer and spirits come from fermented barley and rye. Many countries have a national drink. The UK is known for its beer, Russia has vodka, and Italy is famous for Grappa.
Grappa is a liqueur made from the pulp left over from the winemaking process. So when they've squeezed all the husks and all the grapes and they've got all this stuff left over, it's a further fermentation of this. They get a lot of sugar out of that, but then a lot of alcohol. So it's a very, very alcoholic liqueur, but a very nice flavour, a little bit like raisin, deep grape, quite sweet as well.
Grappa has been around since 1600 AD, and the Nardini family have been producing Grappa in their distillery since 1779 in the ancient town of Bassano del Grappa.
Most of the culture have their own distillate. So, for example, we find vodka in Russia, we find tequila in Mexico, rum in the Caribbean. In Italy, because of the very tail end of the farming community was the grape harvest, Grappa just makes sense to be the Italian national spirit.
Nardini start production of their Grappa at their Monastia distillery near Treviso. Made from grape pomace, that's the skins, pulp, seeds and stems to you and me, the production of Grappa is quite a long and precise process. The pomace is kept in a large, airtight storage area that holds up to 16,000 quintals of pomace, a quintal being a historical measuring unit that is still used in Europe. To us, 1 quintal is equivalent to 100 kilograms, so 16,000 quintals is almost 1,600 tons. The pomace is stored from anywhere between 15 days and 5 months, until the fermentation process has turned the grape sugars into alcohol.
80% of our grape pomace consists of red grapes, mainly Cabernet Sauvignon and Merlot, while the remaining 20% they're made out of white grapes. And what's local here is Pinot Bianco and Friulano.
During the distilling process, approximately 900 quintals or 9,000 kilograms of pomace is taken to a dealkalizer. Tipper trucks continuously load pomace into a silo. From there it is gently fed into the cone-shaped dealkalizer via a conveyor belt. Steam rises through the pomace, causing a volatile reaction which strips the pomace of its alcohol and creates an alcoholic vapour. This vapour passes through a condenser tube where it cools and turns the vapour back into a liquid called phlegm that has an alcoholic content of 18%.
Now the steam distillation had a big effect, and it was a very positive introduction in the industry due to the fact that they were able to keep a constant temperature, and therefore the quality of the product was much more constant.
The phlegm is collected into tanks and the alcohol level checked. It is then sent to the distillation columns. As alcohol has a lower boiling point than water, the aim of this process is to separate the alcohol from the phlegm by the introduction of heat. Nardini use 3 large columns to distill their grappa. The first is 7 meters high and is comprised of layers that are divided by perforated plates. Powered by steam at the base, each of these sections has a different temperature, starting at 102 degrees Celsius at the bottom and cooling to 78.5 degrees up at the top. This allows the phlegm to continually condense and vaporize as it passes up the column, which results in an intense and highly concentrated alcoholic vapor emerging from the top. This process is called rectification. The liquid then passes through to the smaller column 2, where it is further rectified with only 60% of this liquid making it to the final column. Here, a type of alcohol called methanol is removed by vaporization, as it will impair the grappa's flavour if left in. The remaining grappa then returns to column 2 again for further rectification before it can be sent to the collection silos. The production of grappa isn't the only export from the factory. The dealkalized pomace is collected and placed onto a conveyor belt and put through a rotary drum dryer. The pomace is dried at temperatures of 150 degrees for 10 minutes. Once dry, the pomace leaves the drum dryer and passes through a separator, which separates the remaining seeds and skin from the pomace from the conveyor belts into 2 separate silos. The seeds are then sent away to produce grapeseed oil, and the skins are sent away and ground into flour for animal feed.
We operate with 2 distilleries, one in Monastir, where we utilize a column distillation technique, and here in Bassano with a traditional still, a pot still. What we do right now, we take the outcome of the grappa produced in Bassano, the outcome of the grappa produced in Monastir, and we blend it together to create a single blend, which is the base for all of our grappa products.
The second Nardini distillery at Bassano houses the company's laboratory, where the grappa is scientifically checked and blended to produce the best tasting product. A range of specially aged grappas are also produced on the Bassano site, using 500 Slavonian oak barrels to age the grappa from 3 to 15 years. The Bassano distillery also houses the bottling room. Here, new bottles are collected by machine and washed so they are ready to be filled. Clean bottles are then pushed onto the line where they are collected and filled with grappa, all by automated machine. Once filled, they are quickly moved onto the next line where the caps are fitted, followed by the plastic sleeves, which are fired on via an air gun. The bottles are then moved into line for labelling, where new labels are glued into place. A machine now picks up the bottles 6 at a time and places them into boxes, so they are ready for distribution around the world. The Nardini factory produces around 4 million bottles of grappa each year, and it is sold all over the world. The only continent where grappa is not sold is Antarctica. The success of grappa proves that alcohol is truly a wicked invention. In the modern world, making that early morning instant coffee or enjoying a quick noodle snack for lunch are fast and easy ways to drink and eat. But there's a lot that goes into creating this simplicity for hungry consumers, and it's a process that has life-saving origins. Humans have tried various ways to preserve food for thousands of years, but the most successful must be freeze-drying. Although a thoroughly modern process, the roots of freeze-drying date back hundreds of years. The ancient Peruvian Incas stored their potatoes and other crops at the top of mountains in order to preserve them. What the Incas didn't realise was that they were essentially freeze-drying their crop by removing water through a combination of severe cold and the change of atmospheric pressure high in the mountains. A scientific process called sublimation.
If you look at water, water has 3 phases. It has the gas phase, it has the liquid phase, and it has the solid phase. We know these as steam, water and ice. If you change the pressure and change the temperature, that's when you go directly from one to another of, say, a solid to a gas directly without going through a liquid phase. That is the process of sublimation.
They might not have understood the science, but the Incas appreciated the results of this sublimation, with the moisture in the potatoes being drawn off and leaving behind a long-lasting dried food. But it was in the 20th century that the greatest advancements in freeze-drying would be seen. Surprisingly, we have World War II to thank for the technology that would lead to the food products we're all familiar with today.
Freeze drying originally was developed in World War II. At the time, Britain needed lots of medical supplies from the US, so serums had to be transported across the Atlantic in the safest, stable possible way. Of course, they don't have advanced refrigeration techniques in shipping as we do today, so another way had to be found because all these serums would have melted or spoilt on the voyage across. So they worked out that if you freeze something completely and then extract the moisture from it, it's taken out any agent internally which could corrupt. So originally it was used predominantly in medical supplies.
By carefully freezing blood plasma and penicillin, scientists had unlocked a way of transporting perishable goods to the battlefields of Europe and beyond. And once the war had ended, food producers started to catch on to the advantages of using freeze drying to remove water from their products.
You lose the weight of the product, so if it's a vegetable, you actually lose a lot of weight, and it's easier and cheaper to transport. Secondly, because there's no water, it makes it much, much harder for bacteria to grow, and whatever food that you have will not spoil as easily. So you could have a much longer shelf life in terms of years, as opposed to maybe a couple months if you'd use some other process which was just sealed without oxygen.
It may be an effective way to preserve food, but freeze drying is also high-tech and expensive to implement. So, how does it work? A typical freeze drying process would be for the food items to be placed on a shelf in a chamber, where it is rapidly frozen solid, which at a molecular level separates the water molecules from the material. Next, air is forced out of the chamber, which lowers the atmosphere, and a small amount of heat is applied, which turns the frozen water molecules directly into gas, bypassing the liquid phase because of the low pressure. The water vapour flows out of the chamber and turns to ice by condensing on a freezing coil. This process carefully continues for many hours or even days and leaves the material completely dehydrated but structurally undamaged. It can then be placed in dry, airtight containers or packaging where it can last for years without the need of refrigeration.
Today we freeze dry quite a lot of things, even things you'll find in a supermarket. I mean, when you buy boxes of, cereals with freeze-dried fruit into there, we can freeze dry meat, we can freeze dry ice cream. Freeze drying ice cream is really popular, isn't it, with the astronaut program? NASA claim they can freeze dry pretty much anything, so you can really freeze dry anything which has moisture or water internally in it.
Much in the same way that perishable supplies need to be transported across the Atlantic in the 1940s, NASA needed to find a way to transport food into space that wouldn't spoil during the long-duration Apollo space missions. Freeze drying was an obvious choice for them and resulted in the now famous space ice cream. Although this ice cream was actually only ever used during the 1968 Apollo 7 missions, it became a big money spinner for companies looking to cash in on the public's interest in space brought on by the moon landings. Today, freeze-dried products stretch much further than experimental and novelty food products. They're commonplace and have become a handy item to have in the cupboard. These products can be quickly reconstituted at home and enjoyed in a matter of minutes.
To reconstitute is adding the moisture back. So when you want to, you think about your, the cup noodle snacks you get. All of that is freeze-dried. The noodles, the peas, the chicken, everything is freeze-dried. As soon as you add that water back to it instantaneously, it just brings it back to life. It's the same as coffee. When you add water to freeze-dried coffee, immediately you've got a coffee drink. It just brings it all back to life. You just need a bit of warm water.
Whether you're the type to enjoy a freeze-dried snack or not, remember the life-saving technology that gave you this amazing preserving technique. Freeze-drying is truly a wicked invention. Sublimation, pressure, cold. As we have seen, freeze-drying may be an amazing technique for preserving food, but it involves industrial-scale equipment and chemistry. But here is a simple way to investigate the science behind the freezing process. The materials that we will need: a pillowcase, an empty bottle, some warm water, gloves, a balloon, and a fire extinguisher. For this experiment, we need a CO2 fire extinguisher. These extinguishers contain pressurized liquid carbon dioxide, which can be blasted out in a cloud that will starve a fire of oxygen and thus put it out. To begin, we're going to make some dry ice. We take the pillowcase and place it over the end of the nozzle on the fire extinguisher. Make sure you pull up all the loose material so it is a pretty snug fit. Unlock the pin on the extinguisher and discharge. Have we been successful? Yes, we have. In the bottom of the bag is some dry ice, which is at a bone-chilling -78 degrees Celsius. Apart from being a great party trick, please don't try this at home, there is a freeze-drying reason for doing this. If you look closely, you can see white gas coming off the ice. This, ladies and gentlemen, is sublimation in action. The lumps of carbon dioxide ice are melting, but because of the temperature and atmospheric pressure, the CO2 turns straight from a solid into a gas, bypassing the liquid phase. This is exactly how water is drawn out of food during the freeze-drying process. And sublimation is not just a passive action. If we place some of our dry ice into a bottle and add some warm water, you can see the ice reacting with CO2 being violently given off. If we obstruct the top of the bottle by placing a balloon over its end, the pressure of the CO2 being released causes the balloon to inflate. So, there you have it, dry ice and sublimation, all created with just a fire extinguisher and a pillowcase. Luxury travel, military operations and the space program all have a few things in common, but only one has its own group of civilian enthusiasts all over the world. Very few products can symbolize the all-American experience. As one of the most iconic American products, it has carried everyone from astronauts to famous celebrities. It is the one and only Airstream trailer. The Airstream is a brand of luxury travel trailer characterized by its unique shape of rounded aluminium bodies. It all began with Wally Byam, who was a qualified lawyer from Los Angeles. He began building his own trailers in his backyard in the 1920s.
The history of Airstream basically starts in 1931 with Wally Byam, who got his start by actually selling plans for how to build your own camper from an ad that he placed in the back of Popular Mechanics magazine. From there, he actually started building trailers in his backyard, and soon after moved into a shop, and 84 or so years later, as they say, the rest is history. Here we are.
It was during the 1950s and 60s that the company really began to soar, culminating in 1966 when the iconic Airstream Overlander model was launched. The Overlander's popularity was cemented when NASA recognized its practicality and adopted the trailer into their space program. A modified airtight Airstream trailer was used to quarantine the Apollo 11 crew on their return from space, and the NASA Association didn't stop there. Airstream branched out into motorhomes, and in 1983, a modified Exceler motorhome, affectionately named the Astrovan, was adopted by NASA to ferry astronauts to the launch pad of the Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
The Astrovan was a specially designed motorhome chassis that was built to serve as a transportation vehicle for shuttle crews to make their way from their ready area to the launch pad.
The Astrovan, I was involved in building that. It was basically a 27-foot motorhome shell. It was laid out as a bus configuration with spatial seats.
Since its creation, the Airstream is the favoured brand of motorhomes and trailers. They are luxurious, very comfortable and incredibly customisable. Their popularity is still growing all over the world. These iconic leisure vehicles have been produced at the Jackson Center, Ohio since 1952.
Probably the main feature that makes an Airstream so unique is that it is built almost entirely by hand, and it is built to last a lifetime. Highly reliable. We use very little automation. We use no robots. It's built strictly by the folks that work here at the plant, and their blood, sweat, and tears, and that's what makes an Airstream great. The production process basically starts from a flat sheet of aluminum alloy, which is routed and cut and measured up to size and made into two walls, a roof, and then a shell is built. And inside of that shell, we place all of our furniture and finished goods. And at the end, you end up with a finished trailer.
The first sheets of aluminium are cut and drilled using CNC machines before being riveted to an aluminium rib cage to become a wall. Gradually, more layers are added over the initial sheet to build the shell. It is this monocoque design that gives the Airstream the enhanced towability and distinctive shape. Along with fitting the lights and windows, the two end shells of the Airstream are created by having multiple segments riveted together to create the iconic curved shape and low center of gravity that sets it out from its rivals. The
Airstream has evolved over time with some limited amount. Technologically, today's trailer is much more advanced than the trailer that Wally built many years ago. But overall, the shape and the appearance has remained largely consistent. In fact, we've only changed the shell significantly, maybe 5 times in the past 80+ years.
The plywood floor is coated and sealed to become waterproof. Before, the 2 side walls and end shells are riveted together. Now the Airstream's legendary shape becomes recognisable. All the main components are now brought together and the remaining side windows are fitted. In total, there are over 3,000 rivets used to combine all the different sections of the trailer. The huge shell is moved by a conveyor belt, then lifted onto a work table. From here, all the underside panels and mechanics can be accessed easily and fitted.
To have so many folks needing to work in tandem and produce such a product with such a high level of craftsmanship poses a definite challenge, but it's something that we're up to and very proud of.
The shell moves from the table to a platform where it is married together with the steel chassis to complete the total enclosure. All remaining features are then added, such as the heavy-duty customised door, bumpers, skirts and lights.
Over the course of time, Airstreams have been used for a very wide variety of purposes besides the obvious camping. They're currently used for commercial products. They can be used as sales showrooms. They're even used for diner cars that you can have a meal out of.
The Airstream has to then pass the hurricane test, where high-pressure water is fired at the unit for 20 minutes, while on board an examiner checks for leaks. Once the weather test is passed, it is time to install the interior. Glue is sprayed onto the inner walls so that thick insulation can be applied. The interior skin is then fitted over the insulation. The floors are sanded and all the remaining units for the living area, kitchen and bedrooms are fitted by hand.
Probably the most unusual place an Airstream may have ever been used would be a hotel. There are a couple of hotels around the world that actually use Airstream shells placed very high atop the roof of the building, and folks can use that as their hotel room and sleep in an Airstream at the top of a high-rise.
Once completed, the Airstream has to pass vigorous inspection tests to make sure everything is in perfect working order before shipping.
To me, what makes an Airstream is the shiny silver bullet. It's instantly recognizable. No matter where you go, people have a sense of nostalgia and a deep affection for the way it looks.
A durable brand with a stellar history, that makes the Airstream trailer a wicked invention. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Alcohol, freeze drying and the Airstream trailer, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions. Auto-injectors, a life-saving solution originally developed to combat chemical warfare. Satellite TV, how the military space race brought us live television. Memory foam, developed for space but keeping us comfortable on Earth today. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. In the heat of battle, how can soldiers and civilians be treated fast and safely with potentially life-saving doses of drugs when there are no medically trained personnel to hand? How can astronauts 250 miles away from the nearest hospital treat themselves whilst orbiting the Earth? The answer lies within a small pen-shaped device, the auto-injector. They save millions of lives every day, all over the world, and can be used by almost anyone. The auto-injector is a medical device designed to give one single dose of a particular drug, or, in some cases, multiple drugs. Most of these injectors are relatively simple, spring-loaded syringes. These magnificent devices serve a dual purpose. They're extremely simple to use and also overcome any hesitation associated with needle-based drug delivery devices. The first time a self-injection device was developed was during the 1940s, towards the end of the Second World War. These self-injectors allowed soldiers to self-administer drugs much more efficiently than had been previously possible. However, they were nowhere near as comfortable to use as the devices today.
Auto-injectors are developed really to help the delivery of injectable drugs, and so traditionally these would have been delivered with a pre-filled syringe, which is very fiddly for the user. You can have a needle. It's difficult through military uniforms, obviously in a very stressed situation, so this can be very difficult to deliver these drugs.
In the late 1950s, these injectors were developed further as an alternative to exposed hypodermic needles. The needle was covered for safety, and the injector therefore began resembling the pen-like auto-injector devices of today.
So these are very robust devices, can stand being in a battle situation, and then enable the drug to be very easily delivered either by the patient themselves or by someone who's with them.
In 1959, the US military requested the Rodano Research Corporation to develop a new auto-injection system to become an antidote for nerve agent poisoning, a growing concern for the military that needed addressing. It was such a useful and impactful invention that during the 1960s, NASA requested auto-injectors to equip their medical kit, in order for the astronauts to use them easily. From its glass and metal origins to its plastic and safe reinvention, the auto-injectors have been hailed as one of the most important medical inventions of the 20th century. Their use now stretches far beyond the military to more day-to-day medical concerns, such as treating extreme allergic reactions, diabetes, anemia, and rheumatoid arthritis. Today, SHL, a world-leading developer and manufacturer of auto-injectors, are a great example of how these wicked inventions are produced.
So SHL was founded in the early 90s and produced this first auto-injector in 1995.
Over the years, we have launched over 30 auto-injector and pen injector devices commercially, with many more in our pipeline expect to launch within the next 5 years. We currently output close to 60 million auto-injectors in a year.
The production of an auto-injector begins in Sweden with research and development, where a team of designers and engineers work together to design an injector that balances efficiency, ease of use, and safety for the user. This is then created in computer-aided design, or CAD software.
So most auto-injectors look like a very typical pen. They have a cap, they often have a button at the rear end for activation, and they contain within them the glass syringe with a needle which contains the drug, and also usually some configuration of coil springs. They are a mechanical design, and then when the patient activates them, the springs then drive the syringe and the needle into the skin and then take care of the delivery of the formulation. Also, the devices need to take into account the patient and their needs. So we see many different varieties now in design of device to make better solutions so the patients can easily use them.
Once the 3D modelling has been completed and the form of the device is verified, the production process moves to Taiwan. Injection moulds are built here that correspond to the new device's shape. For every part within the auto-injector, a different mould is required. Heavy, high alloy steel is shaped using techniques such as CNC machining, grinding, and electrode milling to bring the mould close to its final dimension. These moulds are heat-treated to increase durability and then finished in processes such as cylindrical grinding and polishing that accurately create the 3D model shape to 1/1000th of a millimetre. After being assembled, these new moulds are then installed into an injection moulding machine. Here, raw plastic pellets are fed into a preheated barrel via a hopper, where they are melted, mixed and forced into the mould cavity. Here it then cools and hardens to the shape, size and configuration of this cavity. The advantage of using injection moulding to form the components of the auto-injector is that it is an extremely versatile process. Almost any shape of component can be created, dependent upon the mould and in high volume too. The newly moulded plastic parts are then lifted from the moulding machine by a robotic arm. It is time to assemble the product. The newly created plastic parts are sent to the assembly workers along with metal parts such as springs.
A typical auto-injector can have anywhere from 10 to 20 plastic parts. Key metal components such as springs act as the main power source for the device mechanism, where other metal parts help to align and secure the plastic parts.
All workers must be gowned in order to ensure a sterile working environment. The relevant components are placed into the assembly machine. A light signal then indicates the machine is ready to be activated, at which point the assembly worker presses 2 buttons simultaneously and the machine then automatically assembles the product. The next stage of the process is quality control. Operators collect test samples from the production line and bring them to the laboratory for testing and inspection. These tests must be extremely thorough to ensure safety for the user and eliminate the risk of the injector failing. Once the mechanical elements of the auto-injector have been assembled, they are then sent on to Florida, where the drug materials are added and assembly is completed. An operator prepares the machine and loads a nest of syringes onto it. He loads the front sub-assemblies into the machine, followed by the rear sub-assemblies. The machine then inspects the needle shield of the syringes. The injectors then go on to the final assembly and are ready for labelling, packing and shipping. The final product then emerges and the auto-injector is complete. The auto-injector, truly a wicked invention. Over 50 years ago, the idea that a family could sit in front of their television sets and watch a live broadcast beamed over from the other side of the world was all but fantasy, something dreamed of in science fiction books and films. Early television viewers would often have to wait for days if they wanted to watch footage from different continents, as tapes had to be shipped across the ocean. However, this was all about to change with the launch of the world's first artificial satellite in 1957.
The Soviets put the first ever satellite in an orbit around the Earth. Sputnik, as it was called. It went around the Earth a few times and basically didn't do much more, sent bleep radio signals that could be detected down in Earth. The Sputnik program really kind of made the rest of the world step up its space programs and try to get satellites and even humans in an orbit around the Earth.
Sputnik wasn't just a peaceful science experiment though, it had huge military implications. The launch of this satellite played a huge part in the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. Sputnik became a symbol of Soviet military propaganda, an example of their technological domination over the West. The US military were alarmed by this sudden new potential threat from space, and the space race accelerated, with both countries firing satellites into the skies.
From those kind of initial days of the space program and the satellite program came then very quickly commercial applications for satellites, such as television and telephony, which were amongst the first applications for which satellites were used. People realized that if you have a satellite, what you can do is send a big, strong, wide bandwidth signal all the way up to the satellite and then distribute it across a wide area, which is ideal for things like broadcasting, without having, for example, to create a cable network on the ground, which is often much more complicated and expensive.
In July 1962, a small ball-shaped satellite was launched into the air, built by the communications company AT&T. Its name was Telstar. On the 23rd of the same month, America, Canada and 16 countries across Europe were able to watch a live broadcast simultaneously for the first time, and with this, satellite television was born. This technology realised its true potential in 1969 as Neil Armstrong stepped onto the moon with the whole world watching, thousands of miles away back home on Earth. In the 1970s, broadcast companies began to capitalise on this potential, and the excitement of satellite television and the number of broadcasts and dedicated channels soon began to increase. So, how does satellite television actually work? There are 5 stages to how satellite TV is transmitted: the programming source, the broadcast centre, the satellite dish, and the television receiver. Programming sources are the suppliers of the actual television content, whether that is a live sports event, film, or programme stored on a tape or hard drive. The broadcast centre is the central hub of the system. At the broadcast centre, the TV provider plays out recorded programme content or receives signals from other programming sources and beams a broadcast signal to satellites above the Earth. The satellites receive the signals from the broadcast centre and rebroadcast them to Earth. The viewer's dish captures the signal from the satellite and passes it on to the television receiver in the viewer's house. The television receiver processes the signal and passes it on to a standard TV. So the dish on the side of your house is an important part of the satellite TV chain. But why is it round?
The satellite dish, it's looking at a specific point where the signal is coming from. It's usually parabolic kind of shaped form that concentrates the radio signal that comes in onto the receiver point, which you typically can see in front of the dish. And the dish is really all there about concentrating as much as possible of that signal to get as much of the signal as, and without too much noise into your receiver.
Like with the early broadcasts of the moon landings, it is at global events that satellite television truly comes into its own, with its power to unify the planet and effectively shrink the world. Now that is, truly, a wicked invention. We've seen that satellites are needed to help transmit television signals around the world. But why? It is all to do with a big obstacle that gets in the way, that we affectionately call the Earth. Our intrepid tester is going to demonstrate how it all works and why. The materials: the Earth, or rather a globe, as the real thing is a little too large to fit in the studio, cocktail sticks, blue tack, small mirrors, and a laser. The demonstration. The NPBC, or North Pole Broadcasting Corporation, is transmitting a program on polar bears to an eager viewer in South Africa. The problem: like all television radio signals, NPBC signal, here represented by a laser, are transmitted in a straight line, and the receiver needs to be in its line of sight to be able to capture it. Trees and mountains can be a problem, but the curvature of the Earth represents the biggest obstacle of all. The solution: use a satellite to effectively bounce the signal to the receiver. With our small mirrors representing satellites, how easy is it to get a signal to our polar bear aficionado in Johannesburg? To begin, satellites are placed in a geostationary orbit of 22,236 miles above sea level, which would put them about here. As our laser does not have enough power to fire a signal that far, we will place our satellites in a rather closer orbit, on some space-age cocktail sticks. Most television signals will actually need a network of satellites to direct a signal around the globe, and our miniature mirrors will work in the same way. Each mirror needs to be carefully angled to receive and reflect the signal, which is quite a tricky procedure. But after many hours of careful, problematic placement, our signal has been successfully transmitted. Our NPBC signal originates at the North Pole and is then passed on through the skies of central Mongolia, Libya, Somalia, the mid-South Atlantic Ocean, and finally, our lucky viewer in Johannesburg gets to watch polar bears frolicking in the Arctic tundra. So, television satellite networks, simply explained. Well, kind of. The space race has given the world many revolutionary inventions, products that have changed our lives for the better, sometimes verging on the miraculous. Memory foam is one such invention that has become the stuff of legend, a household favourite and an orthopaedic wonder.
Memory foam was discovered or invented by Charles Yost at NASA. He was trying to develop a foam or a material that would help astronauts as they go in their command modules and on takeoff, because a rocket is a big explosion, generates lots of vibrations, and they're under quite high G pressures. And it would then make it more comfortable for the astronauts to survive the rigors of space.
NASA scientists and researchers spent several months trying to figure out how to achieve what at the time seemed like the impossible.
It was developed by taking polyurethane and injecting it with air, and this expanded the polyurethane. Polyurethane you may know as a plastic, and you can find it in hard wheels, and so it seems a strange system to use, but if you inject air into it, it becomes much more fluid, it bounces back. And it was originally known as slow spring-back foam, which literally described how it worked. It would spring back quite slowly, sometimes in the order of about a minute to spring back to its original shape.
It was a massive breakthrough, and NASA used the technology to give astronauts a more comfortable ride through the intense vibrations and the massive G-forces involved in their space flights. In the early 1980s, NASA decided to release the technology for commercial use. It was initially expensive and wasn't without its problems when it came to using it in commercial applications.
The first generation worked quite well, but it had problems because after about a couple of years it broke down. For people like NASA, that's not so much of a problem because they had a budget they could work with and they could replace it. It was only meant for short-term use. But for longer-term use in car seats, airplane seats, this became a problem. And they also released quite a few volatile organic compounds, which meant they smelled little, they were potentially carcinogenic.
Once the initial problems had been addressed, memory foam started being used successfully in a variety of products.
Memory foam today is used in a variety of situations. Think airline seats, think beds. Most train seats will probably have it nowadays. And for car seats, you can drive for longer without feeling aches and pains. For motorcycles, bicycle seats, anything where a person sits on it pretty much will probably have memory foam nowadays.
It has also been used in the medical field for patients who need to be immobile for long periods of time, in artificial limb interfaces, and even to help reduce the symptoms of fibromyalgia, a condition that renders the body super sensitive to external pressure.
The pressure that you have exerted on the mattress is exerted evenly back on you. And so in medical situations, this is great because bed sores or pressure points are alleviated.
In 2006, the problem of overheating was resolved with some very clever chemical science, the gel visco system.
The reason why gel works well in memory foam is that the body's heat turns it from a sort of gel system to more liquid. Doing this requires heat, so that actually means it can sap away heat from your body and then transfer it throughout the memory foam and away from your body. It's a bit like certain materials are very good at doing this. If you put your hand on wood, it doesn't feel very cold. If you put your hand on steel, it'll feel cold even though they're both the same temperature because the steel is taking the heat away from you much more effectively. So altering the memory foam with gel or other properties allows it to wick away the heat.
Ironically, memory foam technology has even now come full circle and helps astronauts rehabilitate once they've come back to Earth.
It's also used by NASA to help astronauts after they return. Because if you put a 4-inch layer of memory foam on the floor, it's actually difficult to walk on because it's unstable, but that helps astronauts who've been in space, they're not used to gravity, to regain their equilibrium. The destabilizing property of the foam allows the doctors to work out what to do and helps the astronauts regain their ability to walk on Earth again.
Nowadays, the most common use of the memory foam is still in mattresses. This space-age technology may have been developed with astronaut safety in mind, but now it gives millions of people a good night's sleep around the globe, making memory foam one of the most comfortable, wicked inventions. G&G are a memory foam products manufacturer based in Wakefield, England.
G&G is an expert in foam technology. It manufactures mattresses for the retail sector as well as the medical sector.
Memory foam is used in a variety of products and applications.
Other parts of the business are the sports play and the sports foam. It's also been used for prosthetics where you need your body to mould your artificial limb. So it's a multifaceted business in foam technology.
The process starts with the delivery of memory foam, which comes in the form of a large block. The foam block is placed on a large slicing machine, ready for cutting down. The foam is cut down into slices of varying thicknesses, ready for assembly. On a computer numerical control device, also known as a CNC machine, another foam block is cut into special customized shapes. These layers will make the mattress more breathable and aid cooling by adding ventilation.
We have spent a lot of time and research in working on the foam itself and working on the substrate, where we cut in air channels, we cut in pressure relieving channels, minimizing the heat buildup and maximizing the pressure relief.
The layers are stacked, ready for mattress construction. Foam sidewalls are glued to the mattress base using a special glue, which is applied using a spray gun. A structured core is inserted into the middle of the foam frame. It is cut into special shapes to provide stability, whilst also ventilating the mattress.
What a lot of people don't probably appreciate, a memory foam mattress isn't made all of memory foam. Probably 50% maximum of the product is memory foam, because what you do need is memory foam on the top surface of your mattress, where it gives you the pressure relieving and the cradling effect, but underneath that you do need a firmer foam, otherwise you would just sink into the memory foam mattress like a big thick bowl of porridge.
The edges of the foam mattress core are now trimmed down to the correct specified size, neatening off the finish. Now, the covers are applied to the mattress core. At this stage, the product goes through quality control check, ensuring the quality and size meets the specified standards. The mattress is then sent through a roll pack machine, where the mattress is compressed, rolled up tightly and sealed in a plastic package. The mattress is then labelled and given a final quality control check, before being packed in its transit wrap, ready for delivery.
Memory foam has certainly helped us in everyday products. Sleeping on a memory foam mattress significantly improves your quality of sleep, and as you know, good quality sleep gives you a good quality of life. You wake up feeling refreshed, so that's one of the biggest developments in memory foam.
So there you have it, the memory foam mattress, originally invented for astronauts by NASA, now providing a good night's sleep to millions. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Auto injectors, satellite TV and memory foam, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions, Jeep, a family off-roader with an illustrious World War II past. Duct tape, how a mother's wartime concerns created the ultimate utility tape. Pilot jacket, designed for the wartime flyers of yesteryear, yet at home on our city streets today. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. There aren't many things as exhilarating and exciting as off-road driving, through mud, rough terrain and even water. And when it comes to off-road vehicles, the Jeep is an icon of its class, closely associated with freedom and adventure. Today, there are many models and variations of Jeep, but the Jeep car brand can trace its roots right back to World War II. The Jeep was born to be put to task in war and played a key part in the Allies' defence against Nazi Germany. As the reality that the United States would soon be joining the fight in Europe hit home, the US Army requested that vehicle manufacturers provided working prototypes for a four-wheel drive reconnaissance car that could survive the rigours of warfare. It was the car company American Bantam that rose to the challenge, with Detroit-born freelance designer Carl Probst producing blueprints for the vehicle in just 2 days, and he and his team had the hand-built prototype built in less than 2 months. The prototype was named the Bantam Reconnaissance Car, and with this, the long history of the Jeep had begun. To produce the huge number of these new vehicles that were required for the US war effort, the Army also recruited car companies Willis and Ford. They were asked to produce similar vehicles based on the prototype. This resulted in 3 new reconnaissance cars ready for battle. Each company produced their own version of the Willis design. 1,500 of each model were built and tested extensively before being sent off to every service of the US military. These sturdy, reliable vehicles were put to use for all manner of purposes, from cable laying, firefighting, field ambulances, and some were even adapted to run on railway tracks. Nearly 30% of all Jeeps were also supplied to Great Britain and the Soviet Red Army, making them a very familiar sight across Europe during World War II.
For the first time, you could have a vehicle with not just powering the rear axle, also powering the front, so it could go over, as all 4 tyres, 4 wheels were actually in use at each time, could go over much more robust, rougher terrain to get the individuals around the battlefield more quickly.
Today, the rugged little Jeep has evolved into sophisticated off-road models, such as the Patriot, which is made at FCA US's Belvedere Assembly Plant in Illinois, USA. The production of a Jeep begins with the stamping of a sheet of steel into all of the relevant body parts, such as the roof, the bonnets, and doors. These newly formed parts then move to the body shop. This is where each of these separate segments are brought together and welded into place. This starts with welding together the floor of the vehicle. The main component of the floor panel has a lot of structural steel welded onto it and is placed onto the underbody of the car. Once this is done, the side aperture assembly begins. The side apertures are the big side panels that fix onto the side of the car that have the door openings cut out of them. Once this structure has been built in what is known as the framer, the roof of the vehicle is added. Our Jeep is now beginning to take shape. Next up, it's time to construct and add the closure panels.
Closure panels for us are the doors, the hoods, the liftgate, things like the fenders, things like that. The welding is all done almost 100% by robots, so there's I'm going to say about over 4,000 welds per vehicle. In the Patriot body shop, there's about 800 robots that are used in order to build a Patriot. Some of the closure panels that we put on, the lift gates and things like that, are done by robots as well. And that's all done for precision and for quality, so that take any of the human variation out of it.
These closure panels, such as the hood or bonnet of the car and the doors, come in 2 separate panels, the inner and outer. The inner panel is a reinforced structure that gives the Jeep its sturdiness. These 2 panels are welded together by the many robots and also go through a hemming process that seals them before being added. From the body shop, the vehicle transfers to the paint shop. Here it undergoes 4 separate painting processes that prepare the metal to accept paint, whilst also protecting it from road chips, rust, and prevent leakages in the joints. The vehicle is then finished with colour before being painted with a clear paint that gives the Jeep its shine.
To get through the paint shop is about 14 to 16 hours. It's of the major areas in the assembly plant, it takes the longest to get through the paint shop. You got to appreciate the fact that you're applying a layer of paint and then you've got to put it through an oven to dry, so there's some time allowed as it goes through all these various ovens to dry.
Foam is then added to the body of the vehicle.
What we don't want the customer to experience is some road noise coming up through the pillars of the vehicle, so we put some sound deadening foam material in the cavities of the vehicle.
The Jeep is then moved onto the trim line. Here the doors are removed to give more easy access to the workers. All the internal wiring and trim of the doors are then added. We can't forget the addition of the all-important and world-famous Jeep logo. This is fitted with expert precision by the workers with the help of their trusty aligning tools that guide the badges into place. The vehicle moves down the line to have the roof trim fitted, containing all the relevant wires, fixtures and fittings. It is at this point that the specially designed and aptly named Happy Seat is used by the workers.
Well, it was a little bit before my time, but how did the name Happy Seat come up? Once we installed it, operators were a lot happier.
This seat allows the worker to effortlessly maneuver around the vehicle in an ergonomically advantageous position to best work on the roof trim. The dashboard unit is then fitted. Next is the assembly of the rolling chassis of the Jeep that contains everything that will make it drive, the engine, transmission and suspension, for example. Once this has been fitted to the vehicle and all the glass and windows have been added, it is moved on to be finished and tested.
Seats go in, carpeting goes in, the steering wheel goes in, some of the front and rear bumpers go in, things like that. And then the very, very last part of the assembly is we do a myriad of checks. So we'll hook up computers to the vehicle and do all the electrical checks. We'll make sure that everything's functional. And then from there we take it and we actually put the vehicle on some metal rollers, and we're able to take that vehicle up to 60, 70 miles per hour, check that everything's functioning, the brakes work, the cruise control work, things like that.
Once the Jeep has passed all tests, it is cleaned, polished and sent out to the customer, ready for another adventure. The Jeep, truly a wicked invention. It is that indispensable roll of tape that no discerning business or home can be without. Used for fixing everything from damaged racing cars to unruly wires, duct tape has become as useful to us as the screwdriver or hammer. But did you know that this household essential can actually trace its creation to World War II? Although strips of cotton duct tape had been used for reinforcing shoes and wrapping electrical cables since the turn of the 1900s, and the invention of adhesive tapes was not far behind, the demands of World War II saw these two products unite into one of the most useful products ever made.
Well, duct tape originated again in the Second World War through a requirement to seal ammunition boxes to keep them free of water. So duct tape sort of came about. It was designed around some existing tapes which people had at the time, but duct tape was different because it was waterproof, incredibly strong, but also you could rip it quite easily, so you could tear it quite easily.
So, did the idea for duct tape originate from some clever planner in the US military? Well, not quite. Vesta Stout, a concerned mother of 2 young naval recruits, came up with the idea whilst working in an ammunition ordnance factory. Concerned that the current, thin, waxed paper tape that was supposed to provide a waterproof seal used at the time was inadequate and could be troublesome to open under fire, she came up with the idea to use a waterproof cloth, reinforced tape instead. Vesta reasoned that this design flaw meant her son's lives were on the line, and after her superiors were deaf to her concerns, a quick note to the current US President Franklin D. Roosevelt soon put developing her idea into the hands of the chemistry boffins at Johnson & Johnson, who would create the new tape. Named Duck Tape after its waterproof ability and the duck, cotton on which it was based, this tape became an instant hit with the military. It was easy to apply and remove, came in a variety of colours including the standard US olive drab, and was soon put to work repairing vehicles and keeping Vesta's important ammunition boxes dry.
And because it was so useful and its adhesive qualities were so good, and once it was stuck on something you knew it would last, it was therefore used for a whole variety of other means, whether it was sticking up things to deck heads or to walls, to repairing, doing a local repair or a small repair. Some repairs which ended up, it was so effective that they remained in place, so some duct tape would stay on a wall for years.
Duct tape has evolved into a variety of tapes for different applications, including a heat-resistant duct tape, made for sealing heating and ventilation units and pipe work. This has led to the name duct or duck tape being used as an informal title that encapsulates all cloth or scrim-backed plastic tapes. But how is the tape made?
Basically, duct tape is made of 3 main components: the adhesive, the cloth, and the film. The adhesive starts with natural rubber. It comes out of rubber trees, much like maple syrup comes out of maple trees. They send it to us in these big bulk bales, and then we begin the processing. The second component is the cloth. much like a medical gauze that you'd see in your house. That's what gives duct tape its strength. The third component then of duct tape is the waterproof backing, much like a poly tarp that you'd find around your house. It's made out of a base plastic. You can add various color concentrates that give you your base color. This one would give you your natural silver. But you can add other color concentrates that would get you the blue or a yellow, and you can even print the film to get these nice patterns.
The production of duct tape begins with creating the adhesive by mixing the gooey rubber with a sticky resin until it is about the consistency of a pizza dough. It is then fed into a machine where it is heated and mixed further. With the adhesive ready for application, the production of the rolls can begin.
We're going to take the cloth scrim here and the polyfilm here. We're going to unwind them together, send it into the coloring unit. At that point, the adhesive is applied, goes through the cloth to the film, forming that nice tight bond. Now you got duct tape.
The tape is initially produced as one large roll. The rolls are then resized for the consumer. The rolls are sliced into strips and re-rolled.
This is our converting operation. Now we're going to take that big roll of duct tape we saw earlier, and we're going to cut it down into rolls that you're used to seeing in the store. There's a lot of these slitter knives in there. They're turning at a high rate of speed, cutting the tape as it goes through the machine, and it winds up here. From there, it goes into our packaging unit. We're now at our packaging unit. This one, we're going to make a nice, pretty package for you to see in the store. The roll of tape comes onto our packaging unit, sleeve goes on top, goes into the oven, and you end up with a nice retail package.
The tape is packaged and ready to be used by households across the globe.
And clearly, with so many great uses in the military, it's obvious that it would have fantastic use commercially and in many people's houses. And plumbers or various other craftsmen will use it all the time when they're going around. It's particularly useful like that. And so most houses have got at least a couple of bits of duct tape in their garage.
Duct tape is a worldwide success, but its popularity isn't just constrained to the Earth. Since the Gemini space program of the early 1960s, NASA have included rolls of duct tape on every subsequent spaceflight. It has been used to repair the lunar rover, notably helped save the lives of the crew of Apollo 13 when it was used to modify carbon dioxide filters that were essential to their life support system. And the space connection doesn't just end there. Duct tape is so popular that it has been estimated that the amount sold every year would stretch to the moon or wrap around the Earth's equator over 12 times. Whether you call it duct or duck tape, Vesta Stout's creation is truly a wicked invention. It is supposed to be sticky and strong, but how much? Well, let's find out with a couple of, not very, scientific experiments. Experiment 1. Load strength. How much strength does the cotton weave of the tape give? We are going to take a forklift truck and see if the duct tape can suspend our tester, who weighs in at a trim 86 kilograms. Right from the start, our tester identifies a problem. The inside of the forks are quite sharp, which might cut the tape under load. To combat this, he comes up with an ingenious idea of wrapping padding around the forks to give the tape a blunt edge to stick to. Carefully, our two experimenters wrap the tape around the forks. A single length of tape is pulled across the forks and then wrapped underneath and back across. This is then repeated to provide two supports of tape with a thickness of 4 layers of tape. Now, can it take our tester's weight? With anticipation building, he makes a gallant attempt. And success! The lengths of tape can support the weight of our tester, proving that duct tape really has got some super tensile strength. Experiment 2. Adhesive properties. Also known as how sticky is it? Known to be able to keep repairs in place for sometimes years, how effective is the tape to stick in objects to surfaces? The test. Our intrepid tester will lie down whilst his faithful assistant attempts to stick him to the floor, with nothing more than the adhesive strength of the mighty tape. Once wrapped in a silvery cocoon, can our man break free of his bonds? Well, let's find out. Our intrepid tester is now completely stuck to the floor, but will it hold? Well, yes. So it seems the tape has passed the adhesive tape test with flying colours. So, strong and sticky, duct tape really is a wicked invention. The pilot jacket. a timeless classic synonymous with fighter pilots and Hollywood films. This versatile jacket seems to have been around forever and has always been cool. But where did it all start? During the early 1900s, air travel was getting more and more advanced. But, as with most technologies, their advancement grew rapidly because of one thing: war.
The reason you need these substantial flying jackets, you've got to go back to the First World War, when they weren't just a flying jacket. You had, first of all, your uniform that crossed over, so the fastening wasn't there, so the wind couldn't get in. And then you had your leather sheepskin trousers, and then the great big 3/4 length sheepskin coat.
The first pilot jackets were insulated with shearling or fur fabrics, but in the 1920s and 30s, Leslie Irvin, who was the first producer of pilot jackets in the UK and who supplied most of the RAF during the Second World War, introduced a sheepskin collar to his designs. This was because it was more cost-effective than fur and also contained insulating and waterproofing properties due to the lanolin in the sheep's wool.
With the sudden rise in aeronautical technology, planes could fly for longer and at greater altitudes. But at these heights, pilots could freeze to death due to the drop in temperature. At the time of World War II, bombers could now reach 30,000 feet with temperatures well below -40, and Irvin's pilot jacket had become standard issue amongst the RAF, and among many with the American Air Force. It had not only grown in reputation for its warmth, comfort and practicality, but it had also developed as quite the status symbol among young pilots.
If you imagine what it'd be like to be in a Second World War bomber, high up in the air, there is no heating. And in the American bombers, the side windows were actually open. Absolutely freezing. You had to have your full kit insulated. If not, you would simply freeze to death.
It is still used by air forces today, however, not in the cockpit. Its status as a fashion garment has grown due to its uses in many Hollywood films, where it is often worn by the hero. But its unique and practical design has seen it adopted, not just by the Air Force.
The popularity and versatility of the pilot's jacket has led to its adoption not only by the Air Force, but by other services within the American Army, and also by several police forces, mainly in the United States. Pilots are seen as daring and brave, and wearing a pilot jacket could be seen to convey those qualities upon its wearer.
British-based company Oxford Blue offer a new, innovative design based on this timeless classic.
Oxford Blue was started in the early 60s by my grandfather, and I'm the third generation in the family business. Over the 40+ years that we've been going for, the company has changed from being a manufacturer to a manufacturing base as well as a brand label and making for other companies as well.
The process starts with pre-designed patterns for the pilot jacket. These are laid out and arranged so that all the materials used for the jacket can be cut to these patterns before reaching the workshop. Once the materials have been cut, they reach the workshop where workers can start to meticulously stitch the garment together. Work begins on the main inner labels of the jacket being stitched into place first. Production then begins on the pockets, where all the various components such as the lining, strips and pocket bags have already been cut to size and shape. The pocket bags are sewn to the strips to the lining, and then the lining to the main outer garment. From there it is over to a machine that is finishing the sleeves and elbow patches of the jacket. The elbow patches are sewn with 2 seams and then sewn into the sleeve. The D-string buckles are made from 2 small strips of material sewn together. They are then folded through a metal ring and sewn again onto a larger strip of material. These will be added to the jacket later. The pilot jacket is now starting to take shape as the zips are ready to be added. First, strips of the outer material are attached to the garment. Then the zips are sewed in and integrated with the jacket on both sides. Once the outer parts such as pockets and zips are completed, the garment is hemmed at the bottom to seal it, and the inner lining is finally stitched and integrated with the main outer material. Two of the D-string buckles we saw earlier are stitched onto a strip of wax cotton, and a special cross stitch is made using a Sunstar machine. This part is then added to the final piece of the garment, the woolen collar. Sherpa wool is cut into strips using a KM machine. The blade is so sharp it can cut through almost anything, so only a very skilled operator can use it whilst wearing a Kevlar glove. Once the collar is attached to the jacket, everything is almost finished.
The challenges we face making a good durable pilot jacket would include having good components, the fabrics being of good quality, because our pilot jacket is showerproof. Basically the fabric is wax cotton, which is locally sourced. The lining is quilted with a polyester filler with a cotton inner, and that makes it warm. And then we've got the Sherpa synthetic collar that we use for the garment.
The inner lining is married to the outer. The zips, pockets and collar have been stitched into place. Now it's over to quality control, where the jacket gets a full inspection. The outside of the garment is checked for tear and loose stitching. The pockets are also checked for holes, and the arms and zips are checked for any imperfections. Once cleared, one side of the press studs are added using an AB part machine. Then the second side of studs are added using a CD machine, now completing the garment. The finished pilot jacket is given another quality check before the various labels and tags are added. It is then folded, bagged and packed, ready for delivery. The pilot jacket, truly a wicked invention. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Jeep, duct tape and the pilot jacket, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions, the Barbour wax jacket, a country classic with a World War II submarine warfare past. Teflon, the non-stick coating that helped develop the atomic bomb. 3D glasses, how 3D technology helped defeat Hitler. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. It is probably the ultimate in British countryside clothing, a jacket synonymous with shooting, fishing and horse riding, and yet just as at home on trendy city streets. But did you know this icon of country pursuits has an unusual link to providing clothing for submariners? It is the Barbour wax jacket.
Wax jackets are particularly suited to the outside because they repel water, and it means that you and your clothing remain dry even in the most inclement weather. And in that way, people tend to rely on Barbour jackets especially, but wax jackets more generally for protection from the elements. A really reliable piece of outdoor clothing.
The most recognisable piece of Barbour clothing is arguably the Bedale jacket. This design classic was introduced in 1980 and is still in production today, but its origins date back to 1894.
Barbour itself started off life as a workwear brand in the late 19th century when it was founded in South Shields by John Barbour to provide oilcloth workwear for everyday use. It became iconic when it introduced its thorn-proof wax, which was a technological innovation which helped its waterproofing, and then again in the 1930s when it was used by motorcyclists as an all-in-one suit for protection while riding their bikes.
The secret to Barbour clothing's weatherproof qualities is the wax cotton that is used in its manufacture. From the late 18th century, sailors created weatherproof smocks by applying linseed oil to the coarse canvas that they were made from. Wax cotton was developed from this tradition, and in the late 1800s, an industrial method for its production was invented. The cotton was impregnated with a paraffin-based wax and then woven into a cloth. The wax repelled the water and so gave the cotton a waterproof finish. Barbour's range of jackets and motorcycle apparel demonstrated the success of this hardy material, and with World War II looming, the Navy could see its potential.
In 1937, Captain George Phillips took command of the submarine HMS Ursula, and he was dissatisfied with the clothing that had been provided for his submariners. However, as it happened, one of his junior officers was a motorcyclist who owned a Barbour all-in-one suit for motorcycling. Captain Phillips ordered that the officer in question be hosed down with a fire hose on deck to check the waterproof nature of the Barbour suit, and being satisfied that it was much better than anything he had been given, he commissioned Barbour to make a special two-piece suit in their waterproof cloth for use on his submarine.
And this became incredibly popular, and it became the most efficient and practical way for submariners to dress during the Second World War. And that's also the start of what we now recognise as the Barbour jacket. It was really born in the beginnings of the Second World War.
Today, Barbour continued the production of their jackets in their spiritual home of the South Shields in the northeast of England. The production of a Barbour jacket begins in the cutting room. Rolls of fabrics for wax cotton jackets and linings in tartan, nylon and moleskin are brought into the cutting room. There are 3 tables. One cuts nylon and moleskin fabrics, another cuts check lining and cords, and the 3rd table usually cuts thorn-proof wax cotton fabrics. At the end of the cutting tables, the rolls of fabric are ready to be cut. The fabric is rolled out onto the table, and a sheet of pink or white paper separates each new roll, ensuring there are no colour variations between orders. Computer-generated patterns that have been drawn to garment specifications are placed on top of the rolled fabric. These patterns are drawn in such a way that they make best use of space and therefore create as little wastage as possible. It can take up to 60 minutes to cut the patterns, bundle them together and put them onto the factory prep lines. Each person cutting wears a chainmail glove to protect them from the very sharp blade. The cutting process is highly skilled work, and most of the people in the cutting room are long-serving members of staff and experts in the trade.
The garment process themselves is a way of taking different pieces, flat patterns, and wrapping it around a 3-dimensional shape, which is your body. When you make a jacket through a production unit, you break it all down. You take it all to bits, a bit like a car starts off with a chassis, it has its wings and wing mirrors. A jacket is no different. It has a lining, which is the inner, and it has an outer. An outer has pockets, and the inner has pockets. And you build up slowly. You do all the small bits first. You make the pockets, and then you attach them to the front. You make the back with any features like vents, etc. And then you attach the front to the back. And then you attach the sleeves, and you attach the collar. It can all be broken down into a systematic process, and then the garment is assembled slowly till it starts off from flat fabric and ends up as a 3-dimensional object.
The newly cut fabric is moved to the prep area, where all the preparation work is carried out on the fabric in order to ready it for the production line. The team leaders take the cut fabric and pass it on to the relevant machinist. Tasks carried out by the prep line include jacket belts being produced, various pockets being made and attached to the lining, lab stitching, amongst other detailing, and also the stitching together of the left and right side of the front, and back linings being stitched together. Once all this has been completed, it is time to move the fabric onto the main production line. There are 5 production lines in the factory, and each can make different styles of garment. The production line can manufacture up to 50 styles of wax jackets in total. Each machinist takes a garment piece from the rack, completes it and moves it on to the next member in the sewing line. There are many parts that make up a Barbour jacket. The Beadle jacket being made here has a total of 160 different parts. This factory produces a new garment every 3 minutes, with 36 people lending their hands to make one jacket from start to finish. They are capable of producing 3,000 jackets per week and a whopping 130,000 per year.
As well as dealing with all the different details on the jacket, there's a significant factor to the jackets in that because they're mainly men's jackets, mainly big jackets, by the time the jackets come off the line they are a significant weight. Now I'm full of admiration for our skilled machinists who can not only stitch these garments in a way that is robust and can be repaired, but then they can handle these jackets, which are really quite heavy, and they handle them in a nimble way, in a way that retains the crispness and precision of the manufacturing.
Now that the jackets are almost complete, they are moved on to the finishing stage of production. The garments are first marked with China marking pens. These markings show where each stud should be placed. Once marked up, they are moved to the studding machine. The jacket is lined up in the machine via infrared light, and the stud is attached. Now that the studs are all in place, the jacket is checked for the final time, and once the jacket has passed its final visual check, it is ticketed with all its relevant labels and backed up, ready to protect its new owner from almost anything Mother Nature throws its way. Now that is a wicked invention. Cooking pots coated with this super slippery substance mean that even the worst cooks can't get burnt food stuck to their frying pans. It is also used as waterproof material and played a vital part in the development of the atom bomb that ended World War II, and its name, Teflon. PTFE, or polytetrafluoroethylene to give it its proper chemical name, or as we like to call it, Teflon, is often mistakenly believed to have been invented in the 1960s by NASA. It was actually discovered by the American chemist Roy Plunkett as he tried to find a non-toxic replacement for the gases used in fridges for the American company DuPont way back in 1938.
Teflon was actually quite an accidental discovery. The scientists at DuPont who were looking into tetrafluoroethene, and they had a big cylinder of it that they'd kept cold, and after a while they just were going to look at it and use it, and the problem they had was they opened the cylinder, tried to get the gas out, and nothing came out. And then they weighed the cylinder and said, this has the right amount of stuff, but we don't actually have any pressure from it. This is weird. Now, violating all normal health and safety laws that we have nowadays, they took the cylinder, cut it open to try to work out what was going on inside. And at the bottom, they found a white, waxy substance that was polytetrafluoroethene.
This fantastic new substance was found to be extremely slippery, non-corrosive, chemically stable, and possessed an extremely high melting point. Plunkett discovered it had been created due to the tetrafluoroethylene gas coming into contact with the iron from a slightly rusty valve, which had acted as a catalyst and resulted in the creation of the waxy polytetrafluoroethylene resin found at the bottom of the cylinder. The patent for PTFE was registered in 1941, and before coating non-stick pans was actually used as an important part of the American Manhattan Project to create the atomic bombs that would end World War II.
Teflon was used in making the nuclear bomb because what you needed to do was separate out the types of uranium from the radioactive one which you wanted to use for the bomb and the non-radioactive systems. And in order to do that, you have to process uranium as a gas in uranium hexafluoride. And the problem with uranium hexafluoride is it's very reactive. If you coat the walls of all the systems you're using to do the separation with Teflon, then you don't have that reacting and produce reactive substances. You can just transport the gas as you need to and then process it later to make the material for the bomb.
After the war-ending bombing of the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, DuPont trademarked PTFE as Teflon, but it would be another chance discovery that would lead to the creation of the Teflon-coated non-stick pan.
A French engineer who'd worked for DuPont had brought some of this Teflon because you can kind of spread it on things, and he'd actually taken it and put it on its fishing rod, and he'd found that when he put it on his fishing rod, the tackle, the bait, it didn't snag, it didn't get caught up. And his wife thought this was quite amazing, and she said, why don't you apply it to a pan? So he brushed her pans with the Teflon, and lo and behold, you had the non-stick pan, which was a great alleviation to millions of housewives and cooks across the world.
And that French engineer, Marc Gregoire, would go on to create the Tefal non-stick saucepans that, from 1956, started saving cooks' blushes the world over. We may simply call Teflon-coated pans non-stick, but PTFE's slippery ability is actually down to a few different scientific reasons. To begin, Teflon molecules are comprised of carbon and fluorine atoms that are so tightly bonded that additional molecules from other substances, for example food, cannot react even when heated and bond or stick to the Teflon. Another contributing factor to Teflon's slippiness, the weakness of the van der Waals forces inside it. Van der Waals are adhesive forces that create friction between two substances and can be imagined as lots of tiny claws trying to grip materials together. The difference in adhesive strength between the materials can be demonstrated using water. As a water droplet falls down a piece of glass, it is hesitant and leaves a residue as the adhesive forces of water and glass act upon it. If a droplet of water is moved around a non-stick pan, the adhesive force of the Teflon is so weak that the weight of the droplet pulls itself easily across the surface, leaving a dry path in its wake. In addition to Teflon's non-stick low-friction properties, its high resistance to heat led NASA to use it extensively during the 1960s for coating everything from spacesuits to electrical wires, and even re-entry heat shields that probably led to the myth that they had invented the wonder coating themselves. Today, Teflon's use has moved far away from just the non-stick pan.
So you can use it in clothing. You can basically make a waterproof coat by spinning Teflon fibers with everything else. You can make umbrellas that are coated with Teflon so the water just rolls right off it. It's also used sometimes to wax the bottom of snowboards and skis so you can travel a little bit further and a little bit faster down the slope.
Teflon is used everywhere throughout the globe, from making the perfect pancake to coating the roof of the Millennium Dome. But its role in creating the atomic bomb means it is truly a wicked invention. Teflon is one of the few substances known to man that is so slippy even insects cannot get a grip on it. Another of its properties is that it is hydrophobic, which literally means it repels water. In nature, this can be seen on hydrophobic plants. Water droplets will form balls and just run off these plants' leaves. This is because the leaves are made up of hydrophobic molecules, meaning that they simply cannot dissolve in water. Our intrepid tester wants to put this hydrophobic effect to the test. For this experiment, you will need 2 pieces of tissue paper, a shiny piece of Perspex, super hydrophobic spray, and water, which is blue. Why is it always blue? Now everything's set, let's do something with that super hydrophobic spray. The intrepid tester takes one of the pieces of tissue and places it in his extra special spraying booth, otherwise known as a cardboard box, and covers the tissue entirely in the hydrophobic spray. So now we have an untreated piece of tissue on our left, and on the right we have our specially sprayed, newly created super hydrophobic tissue. How are they going to react with the water? Let's find out. Our tester first pours a small amount of water onto the untreated tissue, and it instantly absorbs. What a mess. But what happens with the treated tissue? You guessed it, that tissue just will not absorb the water. That's real-life hydrophobic action right there before your very eyes. Just like those hydrophobic leaves in nature, the hydrophobic molecules in the spray are non-polar, meaning they do not carry a charge between their atoms. Because of this, there is no way in which the atoms can interact with the negative polar charge between the atoms in the water. Never quite satisfied, our very thorough tester has another experiment up his sleeve, this time with that Perspex. He takes some duct tape and covers up a square in the centre of the Perspex. He then takes the amazing super hydrophobic spray back to his special booth and covers the Perspex in it. Back in the lab, our tester peels away the duct tape, revealing a square in the centre that hasn't been treated with the spray. He then takes his trusty blue water and pours it onto the untreated section of the Perspex. Would you look at that? The hydrophobic area around the centre repels the water, effectively holding it in place in a nice neat square in the middle. So hydrophobic effects. Very impressive. This technology has redefined the cinema experience, presenting filmmakers with a third dimension of storytelling possibilities. But the science behind this amazing innovation is actually over 100 years old and was used by the Allies to combat the threat of Hitler's V1 and V2 long-range weapons in World War II. It is 3D.
3D has become a really popular way of looking at films, especially. Things come at you, explosions seem to be happening right in front of your face. You feel like you can almost reach out and touch what's on the film, and it really makes you feel like you're there.
Today, the term 3D has been used to describe a variety of techniques and technologies that essentially take a flat, two-dimensional image and convert it into a three-dimensional one, where a viewer can perceive depth to objects in the scene. The three-dimensional journey actually started with stereoscopic images, which came to public attention in the 1850s.
They were developed with stereoscopic glasses, that's how they were originally known, rather than three-dimensional. Stereo means two, scopic means seeing, so two eyes to see, which is how we see ordinarily. It was invented in 1844 and became popularised during the Great Exhibition when a 3D picture of Queen Victoria was taken. And what it involved was you take two pictures, side by side, taking those, and then using special viewers which allow you to each eye to see just one image, allows you to process, as your eye does, one image and then another and combine them to form a 3D image.
In World War II, this novel technique was used for a serious and potentially war-winning purpose.
In 1940, pilots started flying over German territory in Spitfires, taking stereoscopic photographs of the terrain, and this meant that when the British military then looked at these images taken from the air, they could see really well not only the German landscape, but also the height of buildings and the kinds of buildings and structures that they were flying over.
Arguably their biggest success during the war was the work undertaken during Operation Crossbow, when Hitler's V-1 and V-2 long-range flying bombs and rockets were targeted. To aid their research, suspicious sites would be identified, and then a new reconnaissance flight would be undertaken to carefully take more detailed photos of the area. The pilots were instructed to take images on exact coordinates so their photos could overlap and the interpreters could build up a 3D view of the landscape using the same stereographic techniques employed for fun before the war. Undoubtedly, stereography played its part in lessening the impact of Hitler's terror weapons, and after the war, peacetime was the perfect place for a bit of 3D fun. The classic image of someone watching a movie or looking at a 3D comic book is that of the viewer, wearing a pair of cardboard glasses with a red and cyan filter over each eye respectively. This technique, known as anaglyph, achieved popularity because of its simplicity and ease of use. These reasons were why NASA used anaglyph technology on their probes to send 3D images back to Earth.
The red and blue filters, or the red and green filters, means that each eye only sees one image overlaid on top of a black background, which is designed to show the outlines of what you're looking at. This means that your eye sees two different images that have two different, subtly different shapes, and thus your eye starts to look at them and can reconcile them into a 3D image.
From a fun fad to war-winning reconnaissance and on to NASA exploration, stereography has been capturing our imagination for over 100 years. Today, anaglyph glasses are still made by American Paper Optics from their factory in Bartlett, Tennessee.
American Paper Optics is a 25-year-old company. We've got 40 employees. We manufacture all of our own paper 3D glasses in our own plant. In our 25-year history, we have sold over 2 billion 3D glasses. So basically, you can figure that I've put glasses on about a fourth of everybody in the world.
American Paper Optics receive orders for a vast array of styles of 3D glasses. Each client can have their glasses designed specifically for them, so the first step in the production process of the glasses is art design and graphics. Once the designs have been finalised, the glasses begin life as huge printed sheets of card that are produced off-site. The sheets of printed card are then moved into a die-cutting press machine. The printed sheets are die-cut one at a time in a flatbed press. On the first pass through the press, the eye holes for the glasses are cut and knocked out. These eye holes have to be precision cut because of the next phase, which is the gluing of the film to the paper. In addition, the back of the glasses have to be perfectly aligned with the front. Now that the sheets have been eye-holed, they are ready for the laminating process. This is where the glasses are fitted with their all-important coloured film, ready to create the 3D effect. The first step of the process is gluing the film to the front sheet of the glasses, covering the eye holes. Once completed, the sheet is automatically folded over and the back is glued to the front in order to trap the film between both sheets. The glasses are inspected for quality throughout this process.
The real key to manufacturing a pair of paper glasses is really the gluing of the lens technology. So with our automatic gluing equipment, one of our machines can actually glue 50,000 glasses an hour.
This company didn't just produce glasses with 3D lenses though. They've branched out to reach a whole range of markets and customer demand.
What makes our product unique is the high quality printing, the high quality paper and die cutting and assembly that my staff does. But what really makes American Paper Optics unique is our lenses. We've got specialty optics that nobody else in the world has. Glasses that are used to demonstrate everything from eye diseases to 3D effects to amazing effects that allow you to even look at the sun during a solar eclipse.
After waiting for the glue to dry, the freshly laminated sheets are sent back to the die cutting machine again. It is at this point that the glasses are cut into their final shape. As well as this, they're scored in order for the glasses to be able to be folded.
What we're known for at American Paper Optics is our speed. You could actually call us on a Monday and get 1,000 glasses, let's say branded for your wedding, and we would have those glasses the next day for you, branded and ready to ship.
The sheets are then counted into stacks of 50. The glasses are then stripped from the sheets in stacks, noses pulled out, rubber banded and packaged into cases ready to be shipped. In some cases, customers request that the glasses come folded. American Paper Optics have a custom-built folding machine that can quickly fold bundles of 50 glasses, ready to be packaged. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. The Barbour wax jacket, Teflon and 3D glasses, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions, the Zippo lighter, the surprising wartime heritage of this iconic piece of Americana. Margarine, we reveal the military connection to your yummy spread. Cling film, wrapping up everything from fighter planes to food. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. The Zippo lighter is an American invention that has become an icon of its nation. From the US military to Hollywood, the Zippo is now world famous and used in every corner of the globe. But did you know its origins can actually be traced back to Austria? And just how did this lighter become so synonymous with the US military?
George G. Blaisdell founded the Zippo Corporation in the fall of 1932. He actually had made arrangements to import an Austrian-style lighter. It took so long to get things through customs at that time that he was still tinkering with his own idea. He wanted one-hand operation, he wanted the lighter windproof, and he wanted to guarantee the product for the life of the product. His first production month was January of '33. He manufactured 82 lighters that month, and almost 83 years later, we have manufactured over 500 million Zippo lighters.
With its easy one-handed use, durability, and windproof characteristics, the Zippo soon became the lighter of choice for US military personnel. This military link grew even more during World War II, as Zippo ceased production of the lighters for consumer markets and began delivering only to the military.
George Blaisdell formed a relationship with the famous war correspondent Ernie Pyle. And he wrote to Ernie and said, "I suppose you've never heard of the Zippo lighter." And Ernie wrote back and said, "Are you kidding? It's the most coveted item on the battlefield."
This created a huge demand for Zippo lighters and can be seen as a defining moment in the company's history.
When I was a young soldier, I must confess I used to smoke. And one of the problems, especially if you're out in the field, was simply lighting your cigarette. And I was very grateful when an American soldier, very good friends with him, gave me my first Zippo lighter.
Back on the consumer market, the Zippo's reputation then grew to see it become the lighter to be seen with in Hollywood.
Tom Hanks is a great Zippo collector. John Wayne, he would actually use only our lighters in his movies. Frank Sinatra also was a great fan of Zippo. He said, "When I die, bury me with 10 dimes for the payphone, a bottle of Jack Daniels, a pack of Luckies, and my Zippo lighter."
Having produced over 500 million lighters, Zippo has cemented itself as the most famous and most recognizable lighter in the world, and it sits comfortably in the pockets of soldiers, civilians, and celebrities alike. So, what goes into making these iconic lighters?
Well, the Zippo lighter is obviously made up of two key components, the inside unit and the case. And the inside unit is a unit that's produced with a lot of specialized equipment made specifically for Zippo.
The manufacturing of the famous Zippo lighter begins with the cases. A thin sheet of brass is uncoiled from a spool and sent to a press. The strips of brass are stamped repeatedly until the top and bottom of the case is formed. Zippo recycle all of the excess brass so it can be reused and wastage is kept to a minimum. The stainless steel hinges are welded onto the case, joining the top and bottom. This is then inspected to make sure the weld and fit of the hinge is absolutely perfect. A robot lifts up racks of the new cases and places them on a line that in turn plunges them into a series of washing solutions to remove even the smallest amount of debris from the cases. They're then coated in nickel. Nickel acts as a glue for the chrome, as chrome doesn't adhere directly to brass. The cases can then be dipped into a chrome solution for 4 minutes, ready to emerge with their recognizable finish. They're then taken from the dipping racks, ready to meet the all-important inside unit.
Once we get through plating, we call it at that point pocket ready, because we will have the inside unit coming from the other part of the plant.
As with the cases, the lighter insert, or inside unit, begins life as spools of sheet metal. This time it's steel. A die shapes the steel to form the lighter insert. 125 inserts are produced every minute, and around 2,400 pounds of steel go into producing 55,000 of these units a day. The inserts are then moved down the production line, and all the component parts are added.
Within the inside unit, obviously the key components there are the cam, which helps close the lid, snaps the lid closed, and obviously we have the wheel, and we've done a lot of work with the wheel so that it does strike and it does light the first time. And again, a lot of specialized equipment that put a lot of these little mini components, if you will, the wheel, the cam spring, the wick, the cotton, the felt, all those little components, they get assembled.
Once the inside units have been fully assembled and completed, the Zippo cases can be decorated in one of many different ways. Zippos can be painted, powder coated, printed, have emblems glued to them, and even engraved.
The Zippo lighter appeals to people of many ages because of what we decorate the case with. We refer to the Zippo lighter as a miniature artist canvas.
Now that the cases are freshly decorated, technicians then install the lighter insert into them, testing the fit and function in the process. Amongst other things, these technicians will test that the inside unit sits perfectly in the case, not too tight and not too loose. They check that the lid fits squarely and also that the Zippo gives its famous click sound when opening. It is then polished and boxed up in a display case, ready to be sent on to one of the millions of Zippo customers around the world.
We take a 2,500-pound spool of brass, no more than 20 to 30 thousandths of an inch thick, and take that through all of our processes and turn it into something that is a functional, usable, collectible product. So there's a huge transformation that we go through to get to this little guy here.
The Zippo lighter, a fire-starting, wicked invention. Margarine is accepted as the most affordable, spreadable, and long-lasting alternative to butter. But have you ever wondered about its origins in 19th century war and the controversy that once surrounded it? Being such a common staple of the modern fridge, it's as if it's been around forever. But just how did this spreadable breakfast companion come into existence? It all started in 1813 in a chemist's lab, as French scientist Michel-Eugène Chevreul discovered a new fatty acid. Because of this substance's shiny, white and pearl-like appearance, he named it acide margarique, or margaric acid in English, after the Greek word marguerite, meaning pearly. Despite this discovery, it wasn't quite the beginning of margarine as we know it today. This can be credited to 19th century French warfare. In 1812, Napoleon's French troops suffered terribly on their journey back from Moscow. This was down to two things: an ice-cold winter and food supplies perishing fast. In Napoleon's own words, an army marches on its stomach, and this one could not. 50 years later, Napoleon I's successor, Napoleon III, wanted to ensure that his troops could be better supplied with longer-lasting foods.
He was looking for a low-cost alternative, but kind of more nutritious alternative to butter, because the French army had always relied heavily on fresh bread and fresh butter, and he wanted something which could be taken away, transported easily with a long shelf life, which didn't damage and didn't rely on having the best herds of cows milling about to give the milk.
It was around this time that the North German Confederation, led by the Kingdom of Prussia, were pushing to extend German unification, taking the French Empire with it. With the threat of war upon him from the Kingdom of Prussia and its Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck, the Emperor of France felt the time had come to solve the problem of perishing foods.
He opened up a competition, and a French food scientist, Hippolyte Maury, came up with this alternative which was based largely on fat. So I think margarine is about 80% vegetable fats, which he then combined with different acids, and the result he got was this kind of like creamy, pearly alternative to butter.
In 1869, Hippolyte Maury perfected a process that involved churning beef tallow with milk. He called his new spread oleomargarine, the name of which was later shortened to, you guessed it, margarine. With this, Maury won Napoleon's prize.
The advantages over margarine to butter are probably the shelf life. It does have a longer shelf life, it doesn't spoil as easy, it can be produced cheaper, quicker, more efficiently.
Well, it's vitally important that soldiers can carry their food long distance without it perishing. The resupply systems can break down, and the soldier needs to be able to survive on what he's got in his equipment.
In the early 20th century, with beef fats in short supply and advances in hydrogenation, margarine began being manufactured with animal fats combined with other fat sources, such as vegetable oil. So, how was this achieved? Hydrogenation in margarine production is the forced chemical addition of hydrogen into vegetable oils. This process alters the material's melting point and transforms the oil's form from a liquid to a solid at room temperature. In layman's terms, this means a food producer can take a cheap and readily available ingredient, such as soybean vegetable oil, and create a spread that mimics butter, but is cheaper and has a far longer shelf life. As the commercial potential of this new, cheaper butter alternative began to be recognised, the white substance soon started to be coloured yellow in order to better resemble butter. However, dairy firms panicked and soon had the colouring of the margarine banned. This meant that by the turn of the century, margarine companies added sachets of dye in with their packaging, so the spread could be coloured at home. Margarine's huge increase in popularity came as a direct result of necessity caused by war. In World War II, natural butter was almost impossible to come by, and consumers everywhere turned to the much more widely available alternative. Once the war was over, demand for margarine stayed, giving the producers greater power in the market, eventually resulting in margarine finally being coloured yellow again by 1955. Today, this versatile spread continues to be adapted and improved upon, with companies seeking to increase its healthiness. Omega-3 and also cholesterol-reducing plant sterols are included in margarine's production in order to appeal to an ever-changing and growing market. From imperial French battlefields to the kitchens of the 21st century, it's safe to say that margarine is truly a wicked invention. Our intrepid tester is not happy. He has no butter left in the fridge and his bread is very dry and dull. But don't worry, he has all the necessary ingredients to make a magical margarine. The ingredients are fat sauce, olive oil, water, turmeric to colour the margarine a glorious golden yellow, a lemon to give our concoction a slightly zingy taste, a blender, and finally some lecithin. More on that later. To start, our tester pours the oil into the blender. He then adds some of the water. Unfortunately, the water and oil won't mix very well, so this is where the lecithin comes into play. Lecithin is a fat that is essential in the cells of our body and can be found in many different substances, including soybean and eggs. It is often used as a food additive, as it helps substances mix together, which otherwise cannot, such as our oil and water, and this is called emulsification. So far, the mixture isn't going to set the tester's taste buds on fire, so he adds a good squirt of lemon juice to give it that tangy edge. The mixture is given a little stir, and any resemblance to butter seems very far off, so let's blitz it in the blender. As our margarine mix blends away, the lecithin gets to work and allows the water, oil and lemon juice to emulsify and thicken into something that is actually starting to resemble a margarine. As earlier margarine pioneers found to their cost, our margarine is also looking a little pale. So in goes the turmeric to add a bit of buttery colour to our mix. After a few more minutes blending, we actually have something that resembles margarine. While not quite as solid in form as high street margarine or butter, our mixture spreads nicely and, because of the lecithin, has emulsified successfully to become a lot thicker than the olive oil it is made from. So, what about the taste? That looks lovely. Well, maybe not, but at least it beats dry bread. Possibly. Have you ever looked at an everyday product such as cling film and wondered about how it's made? We use cling film every day, but did you know we have World War II to thank for its development? It has been a kitchen essential for decades, but how did people conserve food before cling film?
Before the 1950s, people typically wrapped food in the home in paper or even newspaper. Then cellophane was developed, which was quite crinkly and noisy. People used that for a while, and then eventually cling film was developed.
Cling film was invented during the 1940s, but did you know that it was originally discovered by accident and given the name saran?
Saran is actually a trademark of the Dow Chemical Company, who originally developed a type of cling film during the war period. They found a byproduct in one of their labs that was sticking very solidly to glass containers.
There was a scientist called Ralph Wiley at Dow Chemicals who was looking to try and make sort of a hard substance to cover his car, and he accidentally came across this substance that was a green bit at the bottom of a vial, and he didn't really know what to do with it because it wasn't coming off with anything, and started to work out that it was a very impermeable substance. It wouldn't let anything through it, and as a result, that was kind of the genesis of cling film, just trying to work out what is this green substance at the bottom of a vial.
The substance we now know as cling film had a very different application when it was first discovered. It was put to a very good use by the US Army in the Second World War.
During the war effort, it was used to spray army vehicles to protect them from the elements, from salt spray in shipment or bad weather.
The military took saran as a compound, they've sprayed it on planes. It acts as a rust inhibitor, it coats everything. So if you have paint that water gets underneath it ordinarily, that has a chance to react with all the iron in it, and it will start to rust and then the paint bubbles, and then actually that caused structural problems. In World War II, that's quite a varying set of conditions from sort of Borneo to Germany and Japan, and that's really why it's necessary, is to stop it from everything from degrading.
It's this protection from degradation that have since allowed cling film to be used in a variety of applications today.
Cling film has found its way into some strange applications. It's also used in spas and hotels to wrap salt scrubs and mud scrubs. We see it in hairdressing, where people colouring their hair use it to protect the products on their hair during the colouring process. And finally, it's also had a medical purpose in that it's used to wrap burns as it doesn't stick to skin.
But it's in the kitchen where it really comes into its own. Cling film forms an airtight barrier around food, therefore preventing air and bacteria getting into it. This slows decomposition and keeps it fresher for longer.
A kitchen really needs cling film. It's so easy just to pull the wrap over, completely seal it. It usually fits to any dimensions. It stretches, it's pliable, it's bendy, it's airtight, it's easy to store. The chemicals contained within cling film do not react with the food, so it doesn't change the flavour. It's perfect for food storage, really.
So there we are, from a mysterious substance in the bottom of a vial to food storage, health and beauty, and even medical uses. Cling film really is a wicked invention. Limpac have been making packaging for the food industry since 1949.
It originally produced carton board for farmers and growers in the area to transport their goods to market. But in 1960, Limpac Packaging was developed as a new company to produce rigid and plastic packaging for the global food industry market.
The company have manufacturing plants all around the world, including this one in Pontivy, France.
Limpac Pontivy was established in 1980 and today manufactures a range of barrier and PVC cling films from the site where we have over 400 people employed.
The raw materials that make cling film are delivered to the factory and stored in large silos, bags and intermediate silos inside the factory. The ingredients follow a strict recipe and are first of all mixed together in the correct quantities.
The extrusion process moves the dry blend through a barrel under high pressure, temperature and friction. This slowly melts the material into a viscous form.
The molten mixture is then extruded in a machine called a die head.
The die head is circular in shape and air is pushed through the die head to then create a bubble. This bubble of film is carried up on rollers and then slit in order that the film can be wound onto cores and taken away from the production process.
The thickness of the film is determined by the amount of air pressure inside the tube, as well as by the speed at which it is pulled by the rollers.
Today, cling film is produced at about 7 microns, which is 10 times thinner than a human hair.
The film is then wound onto large rolls. Just before exiting the winder, the roll is cut into smaller widths, as required by the customer, and then wound onto individual cardboard cores. The rolls are then loaded onto a pallet and sent to the offloading zone, where the rolls can be processed further. The company use automatically guided forklifts to move the product around the factory. This is just one of the many labour-saving devices the factory uses. In the offloading zone, robots take the rolls of cling film one by one and load them onto a conveyor belt. The edges of each roll are cut by a machine to ensure easy unwinding for the customer. All offcuts are put back into the production process, resulting in wastage of only 0.5% from this factory. For catering wrap, the larger rolls are unwound and rewound onto smaller rolls of lengths between 100 and 500 metres. The rolls are then packed into cutter boxes before being packaged up and sent out for delivery.
The next step in the general evolution of cling films is really to make them biodegradable. They've pretty much gone as lightweight and thin as possible whilst retaining all the mechanical properties that are needed for keeping food wrapped and fresh. But developing a biodegradable version is the next step in the innovation plan.
So there you have it, originally developed for protecting military vehicles through to multiple applications today, from food to hairdressing to medicine. Cling film truly is a wicked invention. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. The Zippo lighter, margarine and cling film, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions. Submarines, luxury underwater tourism with a killer past. The Internet, the forgotten military origins of cyberspace. Fog machines, indispensable on the dance floor and battlefield. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. Since man waged war upon the ocean, he has wanted to hide below the waves to strike at his opponents. But it was not until the 19th century that a submarine in the sense we know today became really practical. The problems that had to be solved were major. As a submarine goes deeper, the water pressure on the hull increases. To prevent the hull being crushed, it has to be made stronger, so thicker material is used. This now makes it want to sink. To counteract this, the submarine has to make itself buoyant, so it expels water from the hull and replaces it with air. Simply put, when you want to go up, you blow air into the tanks, and when you want to go down, you let water in. As early as the 16th century, this idea had been tried. William Bourne invented the idea of leather bags that could be compressed, rather like driving air from a set of bellows. His design was adapted by a Dutchman by the name of Cornelius Jacobson Drebbel, whose submarine was successfully tested in the River Thames in 1620. A variety of man-powered machines were tried throughout the 18th and early 19th century. The Confederate submarine Hunley even managed to destroy a Union ship in the Civil War.
Hunley, which was this iron-cased small vessel with the crew turning the crank and the extended pole with the explosives on the end, that exploded its device against the USS Housatonic, sinking it. But of course the Hunley went down with the loss of its crew too. But if you look at the ratio, that's a tiny craft, small amount of men for a large vessel.
In 1864, Spanish designer Narcís Montreal created the first air-independent system, which used peroxide as fuel and actually made oxygen as a byproduct of combustion. His design made regular dives of over 2 hours in duration, at a depth of 30 meters or more. As the 19th century ended, the dawn of the 20th century heralded a new era of naval warfare.
The Germans, with their U-boats, the underwater boat, they really embraced it. And of course, with the introduction of the torpedo, you could sink a ship without actually coming to the surface.
Developments in batteries meant electricity could be used when submerged and diesel power when on the surface. Weapons were now fitted as standard with propeller-driven torpedoes, effectively a small unmanned bomb that was shot through the water at the submarine's target. Military submarines today are self-contained nuclear-driven machines and carry enough nuclear missiles to devastate entire cities. They glide silently in the depths, a mere mile below the surface. These titanium steel leviathans can remain submerged indefinitely, surfacing only for food or resupply. Of course, not all submarines are for war. Triton submarines are based in Florida, USA, and offer personal luxury subs that can dive up to 36,000 feet. A typical Triton submarine can be broken down into 4 main sections: the viewing sphere, which houses the passengers, the propulsion unit that drives the sub, the buoyancy tanks, which allow the sub to dive and float, and the electrical components which control the complex mechanicals of the entire submarine.
The history of Triton Submarines is fairly contemporary. The company was formed in 2008 by my partner Bruce Jones and myself. So we've been in operation now for 7 years, and coincidentally the submarine that you see behind us is our 7th submarine. The company started in 2008 with just 3 people, and today we employ 22 people here in our Vero Beach manufacturing facility. One of the challenges to making a submersible durable are really the same as the key design features of our craft. Namely, we had to make our submersibles simple to operate, easy to maintain, safe, and reliable.
All the onboard electronics for the submarine are built by hand. Here, all the cables for the network module are connected. The network module is the hub for all the telemetry in the submarine, transferring the signals from the onboard computers and tablet devices, including the position and health status of the sub. Then the external electronic junction box is put together. This is a hugely important component as it configures the commands from the pilot to the submarine, from the lights to the engine thrusters. It is often referred to as the brain, and this complicated set of components can take up to 6 weeks to fully assemble. The electronics for the submarine not only have to be accessible and manageable, but the specialized design reflects how they are all completely self-serviceable.
The best way to describe our products is that we focus on visibility, on viewing. You know, a manned submersible is a visual tool, so we've worked very hard to ensure that we've optimized viewing inside of our submersibles. If you take a look at the craft that sits behind me, the first thing that you'll probably notice is it has this gigantic acrylic sphere, and that happens to be the largest acrylic sphere ever built for a manned sub. It's 2.1 meters in diameter and 167 millimeters thick. That's 7 feet in diameter and about 6.5 inches in thickness. 3 tons of acrylic plastic are used to produce that sphere.
To control the buoyancy of the submarine, the ballast tanks are added. These 2 large tanks are lifted and gently taken to the submarine, where they are fitted carefully to the frame and fastened into place.
We start out with this tremendous visibility from a transparent acrylic sphere, and then we shape the ballast tanks downward and forward so that they have the minimum effect on your outward view. And as well, we consolidate the machinery and equipment around the pilot in such a way that it doesn't deter or doesn't have any detrimental effect on the outward view. The submarine has about 14 hours of operational endurance, and it has 96 hours, that's 4 solid days of self-contained emergency life support. The submarine features, among other things, multiple redundant ballast systems, multiple redundant communication systems, and many other features that ensure the safety of the craft.
The Triton submarine is a stunning piece of underwater technology, enjoyed by tourists and scientists in oceans the world over. Used for peaceful underwater tourism today, but developed from the daring attempts to destroy enemy ships over 150 years ago. The submarine is truly a wicked invention. Since the beginning of time, mankind has pursued the need for communication, a link between people and between civilizations. Over thousands of years, we have developed the means to communicate with each other, but one invention has redefined the entire world. It has changed the way we communicate, brought the world closer together, and empowered revolutions. It has even created worlds and communities of its own. Considered by many to be the most important invention of the 20th century, this is the Internet.
The Internet as we know it today is nothing more but a collection of computers and other devices that are connected to one another, that communicate with one another, and often connections of networks to other networks.
Back in the 1950s and 60s, as the US and Russia were in the midst of the Cold War, American scientists and technology experts needed to find a way to protect their military computer and control systems in case of a nuclear attack.
People started thinking about how can you create kind of systems and networks of systems that are less vulnerable to being completely disrupted by, for example, an atom bomb taking out some of the key command and control centers. You want to create this kind of redundant network whereby you have lots of different links between lots of nodes and you spread around all the computing and all the information across this network, so that if part of it gets taken out, the rest of it continues to work, and critically, information can still find its way across the network.
One of the key ideas behind the success of this multi-node computer network was the development of packet switching. The traditional way of networking computers was through circuit switching, where a direct connection would be maintained between the device sending the message or information and the device that would receive the data. The problem with circuit switching is that it is inefficient and limits any single connection to one sole user.
Packet switching is just one way of getting information from a sender to a destination. With packet data, any information you want to share between two devices get chopped up in little packets of data, smaller chunks of information. So your entire message that's built up out of different packets can make its way across different routes over the internet and be reassembled at the receiving end in the right order. One of the great benefits of packet data, apart from some of these properties around being able to chop up data and then have it make its own way across the internet, is that you actually use the capacity of your connections a lot better. If you have private connections between two different devices, obviously, while those devices are talking to one another, nobody else can use that particular connection. With packet data, you continuously are sharing connections and capabilities on the network. So you can actually have a network that is capable of transmitting a lot more data all of the time.
This development was the beginning of the modern-day internet. After years of research between several universities around the globe, access to the ARPANET was expanded in 1981. In 1982, the Internet Protocol Suite, or TCP/IP, was standardized, and the concept of a worldwide network was introduced.
TCP, the Transmission Control Protocol, is really a way of making packet data work. You need to have a kind of a layer on top of that basic packet data fundamental layer, which is all about making sense of these packets and making sure, for example, you know how many packets make up your message and in what order these packets need to be arranged in order to be useful for you, which is really absolutely fundamental to the way the internet works today. So an awful lot of the applications that use the internet use TCP as the fundamental building block of how they communicate with one another.
In 1989, Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former CERN employee, wrote a proposal for what would eventually become the World Wide Web.
The World Wide Web is an example of one of the information and computing services that uses the internet to be delivered to us and accessible to us. In this case, for the purpose of providing us with websites and pages of information that you can click through from one page to another, those kind of concepts that make up the World Wide Web as we know it.
By 1995, the World Wide Web was fully up and running, and the world as we knew it had changed forever. Today, the internet is everywhere. It's in our homes, in our pockets, and on our wrists. It has become an integral part of our lives. We use it to shop, bank, socialise, as well as it being a platform for entertainment in its own right.
It is probably true to say that the boundaries between these different applications, like for example the web and email and instant messaging and all those other kind of applications of the internet, are starting to blur a little bit, because of course people can now use web pages, a web service, to send an email through. So you get a kind of combination of these different internet technologies to provide people with an experience and a service that sometimes make it hard to see where the difference lies between the internet and then the services that are delivered on top of that, and those different services and how they work together.
Born out of a need to survive a nuclear war, there is no doubt that the internet is one of mankind's most important and wicked inventions. We've now seen how powerful the internet actually is, but what is actually going on under the bonnet when you are surfing the World Wide Web looking for vital information? It's just after lunch, and our intrepid tester represents a bored office worker. Instead of working, he wants to find an amusing cat image to get him through the long, repetitive working day. To begin, he needs to give his search terms to the web browser. His web browser then wraps his information into a request for the search engine, in this case cleverly symbolised by an envelope. Oh, hello. Here comes your computer's operating system, who takes your request and then breaks it down into lots of packets of information, and then sends it across the internet to where it makes its way to Mr. Search Engine, who reassembles the data into your request. Mr. Search Engine must now make a response to your query, but where to begin? First, he breaks down your request into logical pieces and then uses a vast array of databases and complex algorithms to make an educated guess at the best matches to your response. The search engine filters these responses and breaks this data back down into packets and sends them back to you through the internet. Oh, it's your computer's operating system again. Now he reassembles all the packets of information provided by the search engine for the browser. The web browser takes this assembled data and presents them to our bored worker. Our bored worker now has a selection of funny cat photos that make him happy, and he can now spend the rest of the afternoon sending them off to his colleagues instead of doing any work. And this complex process has typically only taken half a second to complete. The internet, a complex, amazing piece of scientific technology now used for finding amusing images. Now that is a wicked invention. A basic concept of war is to outthink the enemy to try and stay one step ahead, and technology has evolved to help the military achieve these basic war needs. One invention is used to keep military manoeuvres a secret, and yet it is also commonly used in our theatre and film productions. A basic device that changes the course of wars, but also adds atmosphere to the stage. This is the fog machine. This simple device that we all know creates a dense vapour that appears to be fog or smoke. It is mainly used for entertainment, such as theatre, film productions and live music events. But it was originally a military development that has evolved to take on various forms and uses.
So on the battlefield, for advancing through it's quite difficult, but when you want it to conceal your position, moving back, retreating or simply redeploying, it's absolutely perfect, because if you've got a problem, you're under fire, you can carry smoke canisters where you simply pull the pin, away it goes, and it will cover your withdrawal or when you move position.
Smoke machines during battle have been around since the First World War, either on land or at sea. A 50-gallon drum of smoke oil could create a 60-mile smoke screen, perfect for protecting ships or advancing ground forces. Smoke grenades can also be used indoors as a distraction, cover, or as part of a rescue mission by special forces.
There's the other side of using smoke or smoke flares in the military is to mark an area for supplies to be landed, for troops to be landed, and also for evacuation if you've got wounded men. There are lots of uses for smoke within the military which have also spilled over into the civilian air-sea rescue. People, if they go down into the sea, the smoke flare that they release actually also releases a dye into the sea so that they can be seen from quite a distance.
Martin Manufacturing have been producing some of the world's best smoke machines since 1996, helping create some of the best sets, stages and music venues all around the world.
We started as a small company in 1984 called Gem Smoke Machine Company, which was started by one man in his backyard essentially, before we became part of the Martin professional family in 1996 and became Martin Manufacturing UK, which is where we are now.
So, how does a fog machine work? It is essentially a simple process. A specially formulated fluid is pumped into a heat exchanger, and the high temperature vaporizes the fluid, which expands and is forced out of the front nozzle, where the vaporized fluid mixes with the cool air and forms a smoke or fog.
There's a number of processes for each machine. From start to finish, you're probably looking roughly about 2 hours, but that encompasses about 10 different processes, including the final assembly of the product, which takes about 45 minutes. So one person could produce about 9 products per day. I think since we launched the product about 6 years ago, we've produced roughly 4,000 units.
The first stage of production takes place at the on-site furnace, with the manufacture of the heat exchanger. Copper wire is coiled to the desired length using a mandrel machine. The coil is then heated to red-hot temperatures with a gas torch, and a special heating element is inserted. It is placed in a mould and heated further with the torch. In the furnace, a raw piece of aluminium, known as an ingot, is heated to temperatures between 550 and 650 degrees Celsius. Once it is molten, it is ladled into the mould, covering the coil and element. Once it is hardened enough, it is removed from the mould and left to cool further, typically for 24 hours. The new heat exchange or block is then finished to remove any rough edges or other artifacts. The block is thermocoupled by hand to test the temperature capacity, and the holes are drilled so it's ready for the later assembly stage. At the heat exchange department, the block is placed into its metal casework. It is surrounded by pre-cut heat insulation such as rock wool or super wool. A thermal trip is attached to the block and thermal wires are connected. A final piece of insulation is added and the lid fitted to the case. The elements are then bent into shape and a P-clip added for earthing.
We also produce our remotes, which is an essential part of the product which operates the machine. In the past, certainly they used things like burning pitch, for instance, smoke from fires, but it wasn't controllable. And the main thing was being able to control it, say, on a film set or in a theatre.
The remote control is completely built by hand. Here the buttons are attached to the back of a printed circuit board, also known as a PCB. Wires from the XLR connector are soldered onto the PCB and then screwed down. The completed front of the remote is then fitted to the back of the box before it is visually inspected and tested.
All our wiring looms are all produced here as well, so that's another part of the process. We then move on to the kitting stage, so essentially all the parts come together, they're put into a kit ready for the builders on main assembly. The product is then sent up as a kit to main assembly, where the final assembly process takes place, which is probably the most involved process within the whole part of the assembly.
At the main production area, each worker receives a hand-picked kit box that contains all the necessary parts, metalworks and sub-assemblies that we've seen being made. From their detailed work instructions, it can take up to an hour to build a full unit. The heat exchanger is fitted into its new metal housing and connected to the PCB that operates the machine. More housing is built around the components, and now the fluid container is installed and fitted into place.
They're predominantly water-based fluids with 2 food-grade chemicals that allow you to get that kind of white, foggy effect. That's what they're there for. They're also there to allow the fog to hang around. That's the other reason for the chemicals. As I say, they're backed up by extensive health and safety reports.
The remaining handles and bridging grips are attached, and now the fogger is ready for testing. Before it is sent for packing, the fogger's electronics and temperatures are checked and pat tested before a full visual inspection and demonstration of the fog itself. The fog is fired into suction tubes that disperse the fog so it doesn't fill the room.
There's all sorts of uses really. Some things that people might not be aware of is security smoke. So that's quite a big industry these days. They're mainly used in banks, so if someone tries to break into a bank, they'll set off the security smoke machine, which will fill the bank in roughly 10 seconds, meaning that what you can't see, you can't steal essentially. Wind tunnel testing for, say, cars, that's one industry where you find they're used. Theme parks is a big one as well. They're used all over the place in all kinds of applications that we never expected sometimes.
So there we have it, a unique device that entertains the masses and saves countless lives. For all of that, the fog machine is a wicked invention. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Submarines, the internet and fog machines, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions, the bagpipes, the military importance of this haunting Scottish instrument. The jet engine, how a World War II technology battle led to the comfortable air travel we enjoy today. Helmets, how head protection was originally developed for battle. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. There is no instrument with a more distinct sound than the Great Highland Bagpipes. The rousing tones of the pipes are guaranteed to strike passion and pride into any Scots person whenever they are heard. But the history of the bagpipes stretches far and wide across the centuries and the globe. Nobody really knows when or where the concept of the bagpipes originated. Their usage spread across Europe over the centuries, and bagpipes were first recorded as being used in Scotland in the 16th century.
First recorded use of the Scottish Highland bagpipes, 1547, Battle of Pinkie, where they replaced the trumpet. They were then used to intimidate the enemy, to rally your troops, and to really give you a bit of backbone. You know, you can hear the skirl of the pipes.
Bagpipes became an important part of the Scottish warriors' arsenal for rallying the troops as they marched into battle. The distinctive sound is familiar the world over and has been heard whenever Scottish regiments have fought, from Waterloo to Afghanistan. Their popularity in Scotland began to fade from the 18th century onwards as a result of the English military victories against the Highlanders in 1746, which began to erode the traditional ways of the northern Scots. Ironically, it was the Scots soldiers, now in the British Army, who kept the Great Highland pipes alive.
Tradition plays an important part in any army, and in the British Army we have deep traditions, and the bagpipes are one of them. You can be the farthest part of the world, on duty, soaking wet, cold, miserable, or roasting hot, and then you hear the pipes, the skirl of these pipes, and you are home.
The unforgettable drone of the instrument heralded attack after attack at victories such as Waterloo against Napoleon, the Battle of the River Alma in the Crimean War, and even against the might of the German machine guns in World War II. In Normandy in 1944, Private Bill Millen played his pipes as Scottish Lord Lovat's elite commando special forces battled German defenders on Sword Beach. Macallan bagpipes have been making the instrument in Kilmarnock, Scotland since 1998 and produce 40 sets of bagpipes every week.
We're producing just now about 10 different models of bagpipes, but within that 10 model of bagpipes there's so many different variations with imitation ivory mounts, horn mounts, mopane, African blackwood. We have 6 different engraving patterns, Celtic thistle, zoomorphic, Irish and so on.
Nowadays, the Scottish Highland bagpipes are loved and played all around the world, including some very unexpected places.
We're very strong in most of the markets, obviously Scotland and the rest of the UK. There's the traditional markets, if you like America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Brittany and the rest of Europe is growing all the time. And in the Middle East, most of the countries out there play bagpipes, so we've become very strong there. I would say just about every pipe band in Oman is playing Macallum bagpipes and chanters. It is really now a worldwide market.
The last use of the Great Highland pipes in battle was in Aden in 1967, but wherever British soldiers of Scottish descent march, you can be certain the Great Highland bagpipes are never far behind. The bagpipes, truly a wicked invention. There are 4 main components which make up a set of bagpipes. There's the bag itself, which provides the air to the pipes, a blowpipe, which the piper uses to inflate the bag with air, the melody pipe, known as a chanter, which plays the notes by way of finger holes, and 3 other pipes, known as drones, that play harmonies tuned to the chanter pipe. The pipes are made from African blackwood. It's a very hard wood, which is perfect for constructing pipes.
This is the raw material. It's African blackwood and it comes to us in a 14-piece set. It's harvested in Mozambique or Tanzania. First operation for us is to turn it till it's round, and really that's only just to make it easier to handle in the turning machines.
A hole is bored into the centre of the cylinder to create the pipe. This is known as gun drilling.
And then we would put it to one of our turning machines to give it a rough profile, and this is just really to allow the wood to stabilise.
The pipe is then profiled on a CNC lathe to create the classic pipe shape. These days, it's a precision process controlled by computer. A process called combing and beading decorates the drone by hand, using different tools on the lathe. The drones are finished with an application of wax.
We would then make all the alloy ferrules and mounts, which are made from solid bar, threaded, polished, and then engraved.
The ferrules are engraved using a computer-controlled CNC machine. These will be attached and glued onto the ends of the drones to provide protection and also decoration. The chanter is the pipe which plays the melody and is constructed from plastic. It is bored and profiled in a computer-controlled CNC machine to produce its tapered shape. The finger holes are also precision drilled. The distinctive sounds that the bagpipe produce are generated by the air passing through reeds, which are housed within the pipes themselves. The reeds are constructed by hand out of bamboo cane. They are tied together using hemp string and sealed using resin. Stocks, short, straight pieces of board wood, house the reeds. The stocks act as sockets, which attach the pipes to the bag during assembly. The 5 stocks are tied into the bag using hemp thread. The bag itself was traditionally made from elk or cowhide. Nowadays, the bags are made using synthetic materials with a zip for easy construction. The drones, chanter and blowpipe are slotted into the stocks using a hemp thread, which forms a good seal and can also be easily replaced over time. A decorative outer cover is applied, and the drones are held together using rope to hold them in position when being planed. Whether it is a rocket firing an astronaut into space, or an aeroplane flying you to your holiday destination, a scientific wonder is busy propelling us through the air. It is called the jet engine. We think of jets and rockets as a 20th century invention, but the scientific principle behind their action has been understood and studied for the last 2,000 years. It is called jet propulsion.
A jet's propulsion system basically requires a fluid of some sort to be pushed out the back of a system, and then the system which is pushing it will move forward. This is because of Newton's third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So what happens is, as the fluid is being pushed out, in the case of a jet engine, it's air, that pushes back on the engine, and that pushing back on the engine is what moves the jet forwards. So for a jet engine, you push out hot gases which are combined from air and fuel being burnt. This air and fuel being burnt pushes out at a high speed, pushes the airplane forward, and thus you have the opportunity for flight, provided it's actually attached to an airplane.
Jet propulsion covers a wide selection of engines, from solid fuel rockets to the water jets that power jet skis. But the jet engines that we come into contact with most are the ones found on passenger planes the world over. In its most simple form, the jet engine can be broken down into 4 main parts: the compressor, the combustor, the turbine, and the exhaust. The compressor is comprised of a series of turbines that sucks in air and squeezes it as it flows across the turbine's angled blades. This action compresses the air and increases its pressure and temperature. Next, some of the pressurized air enters a combustion chamber, where it is mixed with fuel and ignited, which increases the air's heat energy. This powerful hot mixture rushes out of the chamber at high speeds and expands. It then meets the turbine and passes through its blades, and some of the gas's energy causes the turbine to spin. The turbine is connected to the compressor at the front of the plane, and this force is used to power it. Finally, the hot air is ejected through the exhaust. By now, the air's speed has dramatically increased, and this is enhanced further by constricting its flow as it enters the exhaust, which gives the air a final kick as it leaves the engine. This is the basic layout for an engine called a turbojet. The jet engine of today may be an intricate technical marvel, but you can see the principle that led to its discovery 2,000 years ago in your own home. When you boil a kettle, the steam rising from the spout is actually a very simple jet stream. It is obviously not powerful enough to make the kettle fly off the kitchen top, but a device called an aeolipile was developed in the 1st century BC, which used this hot gas to create motion. This device directed steam through 2 nozzles, which generated thrust to cause a sphere to spin rapidly on its axis. Well, the aeolipile did not seem to have any particular practical benefits, but it did demonstrate how expelled hot gas could power an object. So we know how a jet works, and how the physics was discovered that understood the principles behind it. But where does warfare fit in? Well, the development, that's where. By World War II, piston-propped propeller aircraft had been well established over the battlefields of the early part of the 20th century, but they had their limitations. At very high speed, aerodynamic problems could result that could tear props apart, with disastrous results.
The limits for a propeller aircraft are basically the limits on the propeller itself. As you spin something faster and faster, the tips of the propeller can start to approach the speed of sound. The reason that the speed of sound is important is that as any object approaches the speed of sound, it starts to generate a shock wave. And a shock wave generates turbulent air. A turbulent air isn't actually that efficient for flying. So in order to get around that, the basic problem is you're using a propeller to move air, which is a fluid. That fluid is causing you problems because you can't move it any faster. So either add more engines or change the engine type. When you change the engine type to a jet engine or a gas turbine, you're trying to push the air out in one efficient motion rather than trying to claw through it as in a propeller does.
While the theory behind gas turbines has been understood since the late 18th century, and a patent filed for a jet-powered aircraft in 1921, no one had actually been able to build a practical example. But the pressure to win World War II soon put paid to that. In the late 1930s, a race developed between British engineer Sir Frank Whittle and his German rival Hans von Ohain to develop a reliable jet engine that could power a war-winning aircraft. While both men took slightly different approaches, they both followed the same basic turbojet design. In the end, the race to be the first to introduce a jet-powered aircraft into combat was narrowly won by the German Luftwaffe, which introduced the Me-262 in April 1944. Swiftly followed by Britain's Gloucester Meteor 3 months later. Both planes had little effect on the outcome of the war, but the jet had now made a massive advance in aviation technology, and the skies had been changed forever. So there you have it. This radical piece of aviation technology that we use every day was a direct result of efforts to gain air superiority in World War II. The jet engine, truly a wicked invention. The principle of the jet engine seems pretty simple in theory. Suck in air, compress, ignite, and the result, thrust. But how easy is it to build your own power plant from everyday items? Undaunted, our intrepid tester is going to find out. The materials you will need: 2 toilet brush holders, toilet brushes optional, a small electric fan and battery, metal tape, assorted tools, and a bugle. More on that later. To begin, we will need to construct our main combustion chamber out of our toilet brush holders. This involves a lot of hammering, bending, welding, blood, sweat and tears, so this is one we made earlier. The chamber is designed with a tapered end, so the airflow and exhaust gases are compressed as they exit the engine to provide additional thrust. At the front of the engine, our bugle has been pressed into service as the air inlet into the combustion chamber, with its narrowing side squeezing the air that enters. Now, how much air can we suck into our jet? Using an anemometer, which measures airspeed, we plug in the electric fan and measure the results. An airspeed of approximately 6 meters per second. Will that be enough? We attach the fan to the front of the jet to let it mimic the compressing job of a turbine, and with a firework lighter acting as a simple ignition system, squirt our fuel into the combustion chamber, and boom! We have a flame. But is it really a jet? I'm not convinced. But we do have fire. Time for a rethink. We're going to need something with a little more blow. An industrial leaf blower, perhaps. On a low setting, the leaf blower blasts out a meaty 18 meters per second wind speed, 3 times the power of our small fan. But will that be enough to fuel our jet? Let's find out. We attach the leaf blower to the jet, turn it on and ignite the fuel. Now that's more like it. For a split second, we have a clean hot jet powering out of our exhaust. Okay, it might be more flamethrower than working jet, but our little homemade engine demonstrates the effect that air under velocity mixed with fuel and combusted provides a great deal of thrust. So, back to our original hypothesis. How easy is it to build your own jet engine out of everyday items? The answer? Not very. From firefighters to builders, the helmet is used to protect people's heads in potentially hazardous situations. But this everyday safety essential can actually trace its roots to history's bloody battlefields. The first known use of the helmet dates back to the Syrian soldiers of 900 BC. The need for the helmet was apparent to the first armies. The head was the most fragile part of the human body, and therefore something needed to be done to protect the soldiers in battle. The helmet was the answer.
One of the problems with the early helmets for the Greeks, for instance, was they literally were so heavy and covered the face. Hard to breathe. So many of the illustrations from the ancient times show you that the Greeks pushed their helmets back to have an open face. And then you see with the Romans, the actual front of the face was open, exposed, although they did have the cheek guards. But as you go further into history, the Saxons, they did without it. The Normans just had the nose guard. It's important to be able to see and to breathe.
Helmets have been made out of a variety of materials: metals, plastics, leather, and even modern-day Kevlar. However, some more novel materials have been used. For example, the ancient Mycenae of 1100 BC used boar tusks. During the 19th and 20th century, leather helmets were widely used by the military, especially by aviators and tanker crews.
One of the problems with protective headgear is finding that balance between protecting your head and wearability. Can you wear it comfortably? Is it safe to wear it? Will it protect you?
Despite their military history, helmets have been used by the civilian population, either for sporting events or for everyday protective use. The helmet has evolved with the advancement of technology, and they became lighter, stronger, and more comfortable. We see them or use them every day, from cyclists to construction workers. The helmet has been so reliable that it's no wonder it has been ever present for thousands of years. The military still uses it to this very day and has become a fundamental piece of protective gear for our everyday life. Another way that this military hardware has found its way into our lives is through its use with the police. Since the foundation of the first British police force, Christie's of London have been the designers and sole manufacturers of this truly wicked invention.
To make a police helmet takes approximately between about 45 minutes to make from when you add together the many processes that are involved. We make sort of many thousands of them every year, but it very much depends on police budgets and police numbers as to how many we actually are required to make. The process is, involves many components, most of which are sourced within the UK, and we manufacture from scratch the helmet here.
The initial process begins with the making of the helmet shell, using a vacuum moulding machine and a metal mould. A sheet of ABS plastic is heated and then lowered over the mould, where a vacuum pulls the plastic into shape. It hardens instantly, and then a rubber mallet is used to release the plastic from the mould.
So it's called a custodian helmet. So that custodian helmet shape was created in 1863 by the Metropolitan Police again, and sort of over time other forces took on that same shape, recognised that it was a perfect shape for what they wanted, but it wasn't actually until 1930 that the government made that the core specification for all police helmets throughout the UK.
Two outer excess layers of plastic around the brim of the helmet are trimmed with a bandsaw and then sanded down. Removing any further excess with a knife.
It wasn't until the mid-80s, the late 80s in fact, after the miners' strike, that they moved to ABS. So it was cork from 1930 through to the mid-80s, and then from the mid-80s onwards it became the ABS that we see today.
The helmet's fabric covers are made out of a water-repellent wool that are cut in halves and stitched together. Glue is applied to both the inside of the fabric cover and the outside surface of the helmet shell. The fabric cover is then steamed and stretched tightly over the shell to prevent any bulking. A wooden tool is carefully used to smooth away any air bubbles, as well as to ensure the fabric cover is in full contact with the helmet shell. Any excess fabric is then cut away.
We do get requests all the time from the USA, so Calgary police come to us, St. Lucia. In fact, sort of a number of the Commonwealth countries you will find they still have some need either for a ceremonial helmet, or indeed their police force still do use the classic custodian helmet. Nonetheless, it's where it is the iconic look of a police force or a ceremonial look, they don't want to lose that.
Once dry, the adjustable head harness is made out of strips of fabric tape and foam stitched onto a plastic headband. This is then inverted so that a modern pattern chin strap can be also stitched on. Black plastic piping is sewn around the brim of the helmet to reinforce it and give a neater edge. Nearing the end of production, holes are drilled on the top, sides and front of the helmet, and an appropriate police helmet plate is screwed on. The harness assembly is lowered into the helmet and secured with an industrial stapler. The narrow chrome metal band is wrapped around the helmet and pinned down, concealing the staples.
Each helmet is tested to a specific standard. It's called the EN 397 and it was last revised in 2012. So EN 397 2012 is the standard we test to, is otherwise known as the helmet standard. It requires penetration protection, so it has to achieve a certain level of protection against a certain force, a spiked force actually dropping down on top of it to protect from impact from the top. And then secondly, the actual movement of the hat, if you like, or movement of the head. So it doesn't want to translate any impact that it's received on the helmet, needs not to translate through to the head itself. So it needs to absorb some of the impact that, of that force passing down on top of it. And that's basically the test that it passes.
At last, the helmet is labelled and given a good brush. It is now finally ready to be shipped on to an awaiting police force. So there you have it. A dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Bagpipes, the jet engine and helmets. All wicked inventions. Race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions. Radio. Why World War I helped kickstart our love of listening to the radio. Silly Putty. How a wartime search for synthetic rubber led to the discovery of a children's favourite. The Jerry Can. A World War II German design classic that was so good, even their enemies started using it. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. Radio. It's everywhere, literally. A wireless transmission of energy travelling through space, aiding communications worldwide and beyond. In the modern world, we're surrounded by radio waves of all kinds. From communication to navigation, radio has become a vital part of how we live our lives today. But how were these waves discovered? And what role did warfare play in their development? In 1864, Scottish scientist James Clerk Maxwell demonstrated via mathematical theory that electromagnetic waves could travel through space. Nearly 2 decades later, Heinrich Rudolf Hertz was able to confirm the existence of these waves in an experiment. Much experimentation with these Hertzian or radio waves ensued, and in 1894, Italian inventor Guglielmo Marconi began working on a wireless telegraphy system based on these waves. By 1896, he had gained a patent for his system, and it was then developed commercially over the next few years.
Radio really is creating kind of waves in that electromagnetic spectrum and using those waves you create in the spectrum to encode messages and send information, messages or voice or whatever it is across the electromagnetic spectrum between a sender and a receiver. And that is ultimately what radio is.
The basic principle behind radio transmission is converting information, such as sound, into an electromagnetic signal via a transducer, which is then transmitted as an electromagnetic radio wave. A receiver then intercepts this wave and extracts the electronic signal that is then converted back into sound by another transducer, such as a speaker. The earliest practical use of radio transmission was used on the seas, as telegraphic messages were sent between ships and to receivers on land via Morse code. Probably the most famous nautical use of radio transmissions was in 1912, with the infamous sinking of the Titanic. The ship was fitted with state-of-the-art radio equipment that proved vital in sending out distress signals and relaying news on survivor numbers to the nearest ships and shores. 2 years later, in 1914, radio was to play a huge part in the trenches of World War I, with transmissions between troops initially being sent through cumbersome, ground-laid cables that could be easily destroyed or, worse still, intercepted. A better alternative was needed. The development of radio communications was accelerated greatly during the war. Due to some of the modern innovations in World War I, radio proved vital in communicating with moving tanks and troops in a way that cable systems simply couldn't ever hope to achieve. By the end of the war in 1918, the wireless sets had come on a great deal since 1914. By the 1920s, radio was beginning to be used widely as a home appliance and became an important mass medium for entertainment and news. Its development would again be accelerated during World War II. As well as being used for land and sea communications, its use was extended further to aircraft communications, navigation, radio, and even television. Since this time, developments in the use of radio transmissions have continually been made, and in the early 21st century, we find ourselves making a change from analog to digital radio transmissions.
Analog technology, or analog radio in particular, the signal that you create, in this case our radio signal, is a direct reflection of what happens in the world, with the actual signal around us. And so we take that signal and we send it as is to the receiver, who then translates it, in this case via a loudspeaker, into an audible signal again. With digital, we use a very different way of representing information, where information is represented in the case of binary digital technology, which is what we use predominantly in today's world, where the information is represented as a set of discrete values, in this case ones and zeros. This is less prone to interference and error. It is easier with digital signals to send reliable information from one point to another point.
One manufacturer of digital radios is Pure, producing radios from their headquarters in China to ship to customers worldwide.
In 2002, Pure, they didn't exist. It literally didn't exist as a company, and then we just went straight out and tried to manufacture the first radios, the first wooden box radios, and then we actually just created the digital radio market from there. And from now, there are many, many manufacturers of digital radio, from own brands to well-established brands.
Once the case and cabinet of the digital radio has been manufactured, as well as all the plastic components, the production of the full unit can commence, beginning with the building of the PCB, also known as a printed circuit board. Solder paste is wiped across an etched screen that allows the paste to be applied to the relevant locations of the bare PCB. The boards are then moved into a pick-and-place machine, where components are picked from reels and placed into the appropriate position. Once the pick-and-place machine has done its work, the boards are moved to a reflow oven that melts the solder paste and fixes the components to the board.
Each of the connections uses a copper trace to connect between them, a copper track that's the width of a human hair, which is about 0.1 of a millimetre. So when this is complete and it's been fully soldered and manufactured, they've got to be tested. So it then moves on to an automatic optical testing machine, and that will robotically test with a visual system every single component on that product. So it will check, one, that it's present, and two, that it's soldered down correctly. It then moves to another checking system that will simulate being inside a radio. You don't want to build it into the radio if it doesn't actually work. Even though all the components have been placed correctly, there might be a problem with the component. So this test station, it injects RF signals, it injects audio signals into the printed circuit board, and we look at the output and see whether it's within set limits. If it's within those limits, we know that it will be good when it goes into the final radio.
The rest of the process in the production of a pure digital radio is all by hand, ensuring meticulous quality control. The workers assemble all of the pre-made components together on a production line in order to construct the final unit. All of the electronic components of the radio are interconnected via cables, such as the PCBs, the OLED display, and the loudspeaker. These are then fixed into place, and the mechanical parts are screwed in. Once the radio has been assembled, the completed unit is turned on and tested for functionality. This includes testing that a signal is being picked up by the signal generator in the factory, the audio is working, and the display is functioning in the correct manner. Once the radio has passed these tests, it is boxed up into retail cartons, along with guides and protective packaging. The pure radio is then ready to be enjoyed by consumers, primed to pick up radio signals from across the globe. Sometimes a product is developed from the needs of war, or another may have entered our lives after helping scientists explore the stars. Well, the next item ticks both these boxes. It is a gooey, bouncy, solid substance, a byproduct of World War II, used by astronauts, and yet best known as a children's toy. It is Silly Putty. It all started in World War II, a conflict that placed greater emphasis on military mobility. And with that came greater demands on materials. Men needed boots, vehicles needed wheels, and planes and ships needed air and watertight seals. And the best materials to use? Natural rubber, and lots of it.
We're talking tons and tons of rubber that were used in a battleship. Half a ton was used in an airplane, 35 pounds was, say, used for the footwear and all the gear for a soldier. If you're supplying an army that's 100,000 strong, you suddenly need a lot of rubber and you need it fast because it's used in a harsh environment where it may wear out quite quickly.
The problem for America as they entered the war in 1941 was that their enemy, Japan, controlled most of the world's natural rubber plantations in the wake of their successful invasion of Southeast Asia. The only way for the United States to satisfy their rubber demands was to manufacture man-made or synthetic rubber on an industrial scale. With the cooperation of some of the biggest chemical companies in America, the race was on to find a suitable rubber alternative, and the material we now know today as silly putty was the result of experiments into finding the perfect rubber substitute.
Silly putty was made as an accidental discovery in the pursuit of rubber. It was a compound that didn't work and have the properties they wanted. Basically, it was a material that goos all over the place, is quite sticky, and so doesn't really have the properties you want to use for rubber for replacement in the war. And so it was left. There was no use for it, there was no war use for it, and they left it to the side.
The material's initially useless properties may explain why the credit for its invention is confused, with Dow Corning chemist Earl Warwick and General Electric's inventor James Wright both claiming the honour. But what they had both independently discovered was that when boric acid reacted with silicon oil, the gooey, bouncy substance we call silly putty was created.
Silly putty is a mixture, it's a reaction actually, in the polymer of boric acid and siloxane oils. Now what that does is that produces silicon-oxygen bonds, which are very, very flexible. They can bend in and out, which is why silly putty is very, very stretchable. And it also has a little bit of water in it, so it sort of melts and flows quite nicely past each other.
Silly putty's unique properties stem from its viscosity, or thickness as we may informally call it. This describes how a material resists flow at certain temperatures. Think of honey becoming runnier when warmed. This is classed as something called a Newtonian fluid. In silly putty's case, viscosity is additionally influenced by force being applied and is subsequently classed as a non-Newtonian fluid. In other words, over long flow times or at high temperatures, silly putty behaves like a highly thick fluid. But over short flow times or at low temperatures, it behaves like an elastic solid and gives the putty its quirky characteristics. The putty was to remain a curiosity among the scientific world until 1949. When toy store owner Ruth Forgatter came across the fun material and enlisted the help of marketing consultant Peter Hodgson to unleash the product's commercial potential.
So Peter Hodgson, the marketing consultant for the product, took out a loan of $147 to buy some additional product to try and package it up and sell it, and he renamed it then Silly Putty. It wasn't known as that beforehand. A bit later in the year, in 1950, there was a magazine article, and during that magazine article it talked about it, said what it was wonderful for, and the next 3 days he sold 250,000 of them at $1 a piece.
If you pull it so, it'll go forever, like taffy. But if you give it a sharp tug, it'll break like a biscuit. And remember, nothing else is silly putty.
Even a brush with financial ruin caused by a silicon embargo during the Korean War in the 1950s couldn't stop the toy's success, and an estimated 300 million eggs, or 4,000 tons, have been sold since then. And the space connection? In 1968, the Apollo 8 missions became the first manned spacecraft to leave the Earth's orbit, reach the Moon's orbit, and return safely, and Silly Putty was put to valuable use on board.
Silly Putty was used in space to stick things in place. It's a nice, flexible material. Under the influence of gravity in our house, it'll fall and just kind of become a goo. But in space, because there's not much gravity, or very, very little in a spacecraft, it'll just stick wherever you put it and hold whatever you want in place. And so NASA used it for putting tools in their place. You could stick it to a wall, you could stick it where it's handy. It was quite a convenient use of a modern, at that time, toy. And that's what a lot of NASA does. They take a product that's already used and repurpose it, and then sometimes it finds a way back into civilian life. But this time this was civilian life finding its way into NASA very usefully.
So, a material created during World War II, used in space and played with throughout the world. Silly Putty. Truly a wicked invention. We've just seen the story of Silly Putty and what makes it such a tremendous toy. But how easy is it to make a slimy putty yourself? And can we give it some magical magnetic properties? To begin, the ingredients. You will need white PVA glue, talcum powder, a laundry gel, some work better than others, plastic spoons, wax paper, latex gloves, face mask, black iron oxide powder, magnet, plastic container, and wooden skewers. It can get messy, and for safety, it is best to wear a pair of latex gloves. To begin, our intrepid tester needs to carefully mix his ingredients. The magical formula is 2 parts glue to 1 part laundry gel. He places 2 tablespoons of glue into a plastic bowl and adds 1 tablespoon of laundry gel and starts to mix the ingredients together. The mixture starts to solidify, but is still very wet, so we add some talcum powder to act as a binder. Our tester takes this mixture and kneads it with his hands to finish combining it, and then places it on the wax paper to dry out a little. At this point, we have created a silly slime, but let's give it some black magic, literally. The black iron oxide powder is very fine and not great to inhale, so after taking the necessary safety steps of donning a face mask and carefully decanting the powder, our tester places the slime back into the container and adds 2 teaspoons of the iron oxide. He then works it with his hands to create a new black slimy putty. Now the fun part, let's get the magnet. Because the iron oxide powder is ferrous, or magnetic to you and me, if we place a magnet close to the slime, it starts to move forwards towards it. Freaky stuff. If you try this at home, just remember that the slime can leave residue on surfaces and don't put it in your hair. Something that our intrepid tester doesn't have to worry about. Some of our best inventions have been born from the necessity of war. This particular invention has changed very little and has gone on to become an iconic tool of the garage and car. It is, of course, the jerry can.
During the war, Brits had a nickname for the German soldiers. It was jerrys. So Brits called the can used and designed by Germans a jerry can, which basically means Germans can.
During World War II, maintaining a supply chain was very important, particularly fuel to keep tanks and armoured vehicles on the move. The British fuel can of the time was made out of tin, and due to its complete unreliability, it was nicknamed the Flimsy because of its regular splitting and leaking. However, in the late 1930s, the Germans invested heavily into designing their own can, knowing its efficiency and value on the battlefield.
The jerry can was such a successful design. Far better than ours, theirs held 20 litres of fuel. And if you put 20 litres of fuel into a can, there's a lot of pressure there. And the British petrol tins were renowned for splitting at the seam. Now the jerry can was 2 press sides that was joined together with an overlapping welded seam, and then it had a sealed cap to it. It could be stacked on its side or upright in racks. So they were very good at storing. They didn't burst. And you could use them for all the different kinds of fuel. Even you could have clean ones that could carry water for you.
The importance of this design was highlighted during the African campaign of 1940. German forces were at times heavily outmanned and outgunned. Their supplies coming to Africa were also being intercepted more often than not. Yet what fuel supplies they did have appeared safe in the jerry can and could be transported, reused and stored with ease. The Germans' efficiency with what little supplies they had led to the Allied forces making daring missions on German-held fuel depots to either destroy or often steal the infamous jerry can. It wasn't long before entire British divisions were equipped with jerry cans, ditching their own flimsies, which were reported to have cost the Allies 25% of their fuel in leakages alone.
Both the British and the Americans, the Allied forces, copied the Germans. Whenever we captured a German fuel dump, we didn't blow it up, we pinched all their tins. And then, of course, we manufactured them ourselves. You can still buy them to this very day. In fact, I've got one in my garden shed. Jerry cans, it's a fantastic design. They've simply kept it.
The jerry can is still hugely popular today. It has become an essential tool for the general public and the military. The Latvian manufacturer Valpro have been making these cans for many NATO armies around the world. It has been produced at the Valpro steel plant in Latvia since 1959, and they have made an estimated 30 million cans in that time.
Valpro is a metalworking company that is specialized in production of jerry cans that are made out of steel. Jerry cans have been around for a very long time. yet the main design haven't changed that much. There are some small things that have been changed, for instance the approaches and techniques for the coating, for the welding and others.
Made from strong treated steel, the first stage is the cutting of the can's shell. Once cut, the sides are sent for stamping, where grease is added before they are pressed into shape, forming the sides of the can. The excess steel is quickly cut away by guillotine before the next machine is used to tidy the edges of the sides by crimping them. This cleaner edge is helpful for welding and helps keep the can airtight. A hole is cut into one side for the neck, then it's time for cleaning and degreasing.
When comparing the can that was invented in 1936 with the can that we have now around, there are other differences. Also in the sizes, we have 10-liter cans and 5-liter cans as well.
The nozzle of the can is made from 3 separate pieces, which are all cut from this 8-stage press machine. It cuts each part out individually from a sheet of steel, and once cut, they are individually checked by hand before being sent for spot welding. Spot welding is where 2 copper electrodes pass a current through the metal that is strong enough to weld it together in seconds. Here, the nozzle cap, breathing channel and special bayonet locks are welded and date stamped. The handles are also formed by machine press from pre-cut sheets that were made by a CNC machine.
Our company is producing jerry cans since 1959, that is for civilian use, and also military jerry cans since 2000. So during this period of time, company has produced almost 30 million jerry cans. And in this total sum, it's also almost 1 million for different NATO armies.
Once the side panels have been cleaned, it's time for the main process of production. The neck of the can is welded into place, along with the breathing channel that is welded into the inside of the can. This unique inclusion on the inside of the can enables glug and splash-free pouring by creating an air pocket. Both sides of the can finally meet and are pressed together by machine before being sent down a track where they are put through full body welding. Using a combination of arc and mag welding, the 2 sides are firmly bonded together. The unique 3-handle design is also attached to the roof of the can. Due to the often flammable contents of the can, this is a very important process, so many spot checks are carried out to make sure the seal is complete, including a water test to check for bubbles, making sure the can is 100% airtight. The cans are washed and sent for painting. First, a special petrol-resistant alkyd ammonia paint is sprayed internally to prevent rusting. Then the outside is given an anti-corrosive powder coating, which protects the can and gives it a smooth look finish. The cans move into a ginormous oven and are heated to temperatures of 200 degrees to solidify the powder coating.
Jerry can has become very popular for creative ideas. We have seen jerry cans used for the suitcases, vases, bar chairs, mini bars, and many others. There are different approaches to use the jerry can in the design, so it's a very iconic product. Even big fashion brand Chanel use it as a handbag.
All final checks are made at the packaging area. All seals, pins and locks are tested before being packed and shipped to civilians and military personnel alike all over the world.
Maybe jerry can seems very simple product, yet it requires 80 different operations to produce one single jerry can.
The jerry can, truly a wicked invention. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Radio, silly putty and the jerry can, all wicked inventions. race to win wars and explore the stars, have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions. Hot air balloons, a peaceful form of air travel made popular over the war-torn battlefields of Europe. Synthetic rubber, how an emergency in Allied supplies during World War II led to the tyres we use today. Metal detectors, the treasure-finding device that has been saving lives for decades. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. No family occasion or country wedding seems complete these days without the sky lantern. Love them or loathe them, they are a fun way to mark an occasion. But did you know the balloon's popularity can be traced through its wartime use? These paper balloons were used to signal orders to battle in Chinese troops in the 3rd century AD. The principle of the hot air balloon is very simple physics. A material envelope, the balloon, is filled with a lighter-than-air gas such as hydrogen or helium, or more commonly hot air, to create lift and therefore carry additional mass. It took a while for the balloons to reach Europe, however. The first use of balloons in warfare was by the French. In the Battle of Fleurus in 1794, a balloon operated by the new Republican French troops was sent aloft to direct artillery and observe the enemy.
They begun as a bit of an entertainment, a quirky thing, but very quickly the French saw the advantage of being able to see in the distance, and that was the beginning.
They were also used to great effect in the First World War, although it was a little dangerous for the operator.
Can you imagine being an observer in a wicker basket, hanging underneath a balloon at the Battle of the Marne, the Battle of the Somme? You must be ready to leap for your life. These guys were gutsy, but they were vital.
In the Second World War, balloons were used to keep enemy aircraft in check.
The Second World War, of course, you have them as the barrage balloons to prevent planes coming too low to do their damage above important sites. The introduction of the hot air balloon as a military piece of equipment really did open up a new dimension of warfare, because it took your observers, first of all, high up into the air. It is a massive step forward for the military machines of the world.
The balloon, truly a wicked invention. Cameron Balloons Limited have been making hot air balloons since 1971.
This was following the construction of the Bristol Bell, which was the first modern hot air balloon in Western Europe. Started very small in the basement of the house I was living in at the time, and gradually grew over the years.
They are the biggest manufacturer of hot air balloons in the world.
Cameron Balloons sends its balloons all over the world. We send them to Myanmar, where people fly tourists over the ornate temples there. They go to Kenya, where they fly over the wild animals. And I think there are very few parts of the world where they haven't flown.
There's no such thing as an average hot air balloon because they're all individual and bespoke. But I suppose it takes us between 6 and 12 weeks to make a balloon, sometimes a bit longer if it's a complicated special shape, and we make probably between 90 and 120 balloons a year. The hot air balloon making process starts with actually sitting down and discussing what the person actually wants. Once we've got that established, we can then put it into production. There's quite a lot of design and planning and artwork set up that happens, and then it can go into cutting, where all the fabric and the tapes and all the materials are got together for the fabric part of the balloon.
The material that will form the balloon itself is cut into all of the different shapes that are required using computer-controlled cutter. Different materials are used in different parts of the balloon.
The main ones we use for hot air balloons are one called Hyperlast, which is used at the top of the balloon. It's a very slippery, strong fabric, very heat resistant. And in the middle section of the balloon, we use a ripstop nylon, which is very light, very strong, and it's even lighter than your normal computer paper at home. And at the bottom of the balloon, we use a fabric that's very similar to racing car drivers' suits. It's very heat resistant because, of course, that's where the radiant heat from the burner is.
The different pieces are sorted into sections for easy identification later on. Meanwhile, the burners that supply the hot air to the balloon are built from scratch in the factory.
When we use any metalwork in a hot air balloon, we've got that constant battle of having something that's really strong, really reliable, but we want to reduce the weight on it. So these days we can use things like titanium, but we tend to use a lot of stainless steel to make it really robust and reliable for our customers.
Cameron Balloons have developed materials over time to suit the robust needs of a hot air balloon.
Making a hot air balloon last is one of our big problems. Fabrics have to be chosen very carefully. We do extensive testing of fabrics to check on the durability.
Materials are constantly tested along the production process to ensure they meet with quality and safety standards, as well as ensuring the balloon is going to last a long time.
We check the effect of ultraviolet light on the fabrics, we check the effect of heat, we do tensile tests, and we have different weights of fabric for different balloons.
The material pieces are then sewn together, incorporating the load straps that form the structure of the balloon and bear the weight of the basket, burners and passengers.
The overall construction of a hot air balloon is actually quite simple. There's a load ring at the very top of the balloon. From that point there carries some tapes which come down to a load ring at the burner. So the fabric just holds in the hot air. The load tapes carry the load, and the ring at the top and the ring at the bottom actually help suspend all of that.
Despite the development of new alternatives, the passenger carrying baskets are still made from traditional materials.
The basket is still woven from willow and cane. In some ways it's surprising that we still use these very old-fashioned methods, but nothing has come along that's better, because the woven basket gives a kind of springiness and resilience which cushions the effect of a bumpy landing.
The baskets are fitted out with leather-covered padding and trim, depending on what the customer requires.
We not only have to apply all the customers' requirements for different colour trim and cushions and so on, but this is the place where the passengers and the fuel tanks will be. It has to perform under duress, and in fact it has to do drop tests and various crush tests.
Once finished, the balloon is thoroughly tested by the team to ensure it is fully functional and safe before delivery to the customer.
We continually inspect our work as we go along, and then we go to a final test and inspection stage. And this we do all together on every part of the balloon to make sure that we are 100% happy with it, so we can hand on heart give it to our customers with full confidence.
The balloon, truly a wicked invention. In our daily lives, we are surrounded by amazing innovations that make our life easier. But there is only one that has been hailed as humanity's greatest invention. And that's the wheel. The wheel's origins may have been lost in time, but the rubber that grips our cars to the road has a distinctly World War II past. Why? Well, it all starts with natural rubber.
Rubber comes from the rubber tree, as it is called. It's a tree that originally found in South America, and what you do is you take the tree, you cut the bark, and sap slowly runs out of it. This sap is a milky mixture of water and latex. Latex contains rubber and latex molecules, and what's then done is it's processed with a bit of acid, and the rubber itself can come out. The peoples of South America used it for many things, including waterproof coats, shoes, and balls to play their ball games that they're quite famous for in ancient cultures.
Natural rubber may be a useful material, but it does have its limits.
It has only a certain temperature range over which it will work. In cold winters, it will freeze rock solid and become effectively like a rock and not very useful for its elastic properties. When it gets too warm, it will melt, which obviously doesn't work very well if you're trying to use it as a tire in a hot country.
In 1839, Charles Goodyear accidentally stumbled on a way to improve natural rubber's versatility, called vulcanization. By adding sulfur and lead to natural rubber and heating it, vulcanization took the natural rubber fibers and molecules and cross-linked them with one another, and meant that the materials would be more durable and wouldn't melt. A property of a compound when it melts is the molecules slide past each other. If it is cross-linked, then the compound hasn't had that ability and retains the stretchiness of rubber over a greater range of temperatures. This new, altered rubber had even greater uses, including tyres.
Rubber is used in car tyres because most road surfaces are not uniform. They're not flat, you've got bumps, you've got potholes. Rubber is great because it's flexible, it can conform to whatever it's put on, and this conformity, as well as having pressurized tyres, allows rubber tyres to go over most surfaces. You go over a rock, it'll deform to go around the rock and still grip on the rock, but then as soon as you pass the rock, the tyre will return to its normal shape. So what's happening here is the rubber is in contact and you have a force of friction. The force of friction is directly proportional to the weight of the car or the vehicle on the road.
So the world went crazy for rubber tyres. But what is the World War II connection? Well, the limited geographical spread of the world's rubber tree plantations meant that when the Japanese invaded Southeast Asia in 1941, the majority of the world's rubber production was under their rule. With the US entry into the war, their armed forces required vast amounts of rubber to take the fight to the Japanese. With their natural rubber stocks dwindling, synthetic rubber seemed like the only solution. Invented in 1879, this was the first time that synthetic or man-made rubber would be produced on an epic industrial scale.
So during World War II, the Japanese started taking over the plantations in Southeast Asia, and that constrained the world's supply of rubber. The US was entering the war and it needed supplies of rubber in order to man the battleships, the destroyers, and everything in parts of the munitions in the war effort. The problem was they had 1 million tons worth of rubber and were going through it at a rate of about 600,000 tons per year, so a year and a half supply at most. They formed the Rubber Reserve Committee so that all scraps of rubber could be taken in and recycled and remanufactured and reused. About 3 years later, towards the end of the war, they'd worked out enough factories to produce 70,000 tons per month instead of 231 tons per year. And this obviously greatly increased the ability for the US to help the Allies to fight the war.
Synthetic rubber was going to keep the US war machine moving during the dark days of the early 1940s. But what was the chemical alchemy behind this war-winning technology?
Synthetic rubber was originally developed by William Tilden in 1879. He worked out that he could take isoprene and polymerize it. Later on it was discovered that adding sodium to the mixture you could increase the polymerization and thus produce synthetic rubber quite quickly.
From the success of its use in World War II, synthetic rubber never looked back. And today it is used far more than its natural rubber cousin. Indeed, 70% of all road tyres are made from synthetic rubber. So the next time you take a trip in your car or a ride on the bus, just think you are travelling on a material that was developed to win World War II. Synthetic rubber may be a fantastic invention, but the forces acting on car tyres made with this wonder material are even more impressive. To begin, our intrepid tester takes 2 of his favourite shopping catalogues and begins to interweave their pages. The experiment will work best if you use 2 soft-backed catalogues and try and sandwich as many pages as you can, although a few pages at a time will still give you a result. Sometime later, and the 2 weighty tomes have most of their pages resting in between each other. Now then, try pulling them apart. Not so easy, is it? And it is all because of friction. Friction is the force that opposes motion when 2 surfaces come into contact. Place a sheet of paper on top of another, and it is easy to slide them apart. But when you have hundreds of pages all acting together, then the force is immense, and there is no superglue in sight. So, how much force is needed to prise the 2 books apart? I think this calls for a build. The materials: wood, weights, metal wire, pulleys, clamps, and an assortment of screws. Taking a trestle, our tester constructs a rig which will allow weights to be suspended from each book, so we can find out how much weight will make the books slip apart. Let's see if we can beat Mother Nature's friction. Gradually, our tester adds the weights. The wires go taut under the strain, but the books refuse to budge. How much weight can the pages take? Well, quite a bit actually. In the end, our tester is defeated. With just under 70 kilograms, or the average weight of a woman, trying to pull the two books apart, we've had to halt the experiment as our rig threatens to break under the testing conditions. And our conclusion? It seems you underestimate the power of friction at your peril. The lure of finding buried gold and precious metals draws thousands around the world to the popular hobby of detecting. Detectorists, as they are called today, have found fabulous hoards of golden sword parts or Roman-aged coins, but these treasures have sat undetected for centuries due to no accurate method of searching being available. All that was to change, however, in 1919 with the construction of a practical metal detector. The science behind this invention consists of two electromagnetic coils.
In your metal detector, you're sending an electrical current through the sender coil. The changing of that electrical current creates a changing magnetic field, a magnetic pulse in the detector. This pulse goes into the ground, and where it is picked up by a metal object, the changing magnetic pulse causes a current to be generated in the metal. And that current then generates, in turn, a magnetic response that your metal detector is now picking up through the receiver coil. And that then, in turn, generates a changing current in a metal detector that is used to signal that you have found an object in the ground.
With such accuracy to hand, it may surprise you to learn that the first use of these devices was not to hunt man-made treasures or precious ore, but to clear the battlefields of France after World War I. By World War II, a Polish inventor had successfully adjusted the design into a lighter, more user-friendly assembly. With the German army in the deserts of North Africa beaten soundly at El Alamein, the Allies were in full pursuit. Closing in on the enemy, the Allies were stopped in their tracks by minefields that stood in their path. But, armed with the Polish mine detector, Allied troops were able to find and dig up the explosives from the ever-shifting sands. Metal detectors today have found their use in many applications. They play their part in the war on terror by scanning passengers for hidden weapons at airports, and were widely used in the recent conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. Of course, metal detectors aren't just used for security and war.
Another interesting use is the local Dallas Aquarium. They have a big penguin tank with a number of penguins where you can watch them swim. And as it would be, people invariably want to throw things into the water. The penguins will ingest these things. So the zoo there will actually take those penguins and line them up and scan their little bodies with the hand scanner to see if anything's in their bellies. And they found quite a few metallic objects the penguins have ingested that might have otherwise killed them if they were not removed quickly.
As the technology behind these detectors improves, it's increasingly likely the Earth will give up more of its metal treasures, buried for millennia. Today, one of the leading producers of metal detectors can be found in Texas. Garrett Metal Detectors. Charles Garrett, a keen treasure hunter, began building his prototype metal detector over 50 years ago.
There was one night that my mother came in, Eleanor Garrett, and said to my dad, "Charles, let's put it on the market or forget it." So at that point, Garrett Metal Detectors begun.
Still very much a family-run business today, Garrett has grown into one of the leading metal detector producers in the world. The production process begins with magnetic modeling in computer software. This helps the engineers to monitor the detector's performance and design the style and shape of the all-important detection coil. The plastic casing of the metal detector is then designed using computer-aided design or CAD software. This software allows the engineer to look at the stress patterns of the plastic and therefore produce the most durable, functional and ergonomic design possible. The component parts, connecting wires and other elements of the circuit board are then mapped out on a computer. Once this is done, it is then time to put the electrical components onto the circuit board. Firstly, the solder paste is printed onto the circuit board, ready for the board to be moved onto the pick and place machine. The many different components that make up the metal detector's circuit board are picked from a reel by a high-speed pick and place machine and places them onto the board. Using automated processes such as these allows for a combination of extremely high accuracy, as well as fast production of the circuit boards. The boards are then placed through a reflow oven, in which the solder paste is heated and therefore fuses it to the components and the board, allowing it all to be held in place.
Metal detectors have been around for a long time, but their evolution has really paralleled the evolution of electronic circuitry. Roll up to today, where we use the most sophisticated microprocessors and digital signal processing, low cost, low weight, low power components to really put a tremendous amount of processing power in a small package.
A key element of any metal detector is of course the search coil. The coil is made by winding copper wire on a plastic bobbin. This winding machine is custom designed and computer controlled so that the number of windings, location of the wires and the tension can be extremely consistent. The coil is then passed on to the coil wiring line. The circuit board, freshly spun magnetic coils and cables are all put into the plastic shell and then secured with heated glue. Now that the coils have been placed into the shell and the wires have been connected, they are all encapsulated in epoxy resin using an automated mixing and dispensing machine. With the search coil complete, the aluminium tubes of the metal detector, which will form its stem and handle, are bent into shape using a computer-controlled bending machine. This bends the metal to exactly the right shape, depending on the model of metal detector being produced. Holes are then punched into the freshly bent metal stems to allow for the relevant plastic casings to be fitted to them. The metal detector is then finished on the final assembly line. The circuit boards are first installed into a programmer that installs the detector's software. Once this is complete, the board is calibrated using test objects, such as coins, that spin over the detection coil. This sends signals to the board that allows the operator to calibrate it, as well as signaling that everything is working as it should be. With the board complete, battery contacts and speakers are then fitted into the plastic console casing. The circuit board and the front panel are then added. The casing's label is stuck into place before it is passed down the line to be screwed and secured, batteries added and then branded. A torque wrench is then used to secure the nuts for the connectors. One connector is for the search coil and the other is for the headphones. The freshly powder-coated stems are then attached to the console, as well as the cuff assembly. The detector is then linked up to its search coil, and different metals are again passed over it in order to verify the detector is detecting with the right sensitivity. Final assembly complete and all tests passed, the metal detector is then boxed up and shipped off, ready to discover wicked new treasures. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. Hot air balloons, synthetic rubber and metal detectors, all wicked inventions. The race to win wars and explore the stars have created some of the most fantastic products ever designed, and we use them every day, unaware of their amazing origins. On Wicked Inventions. High heels, the ultimate feminine shoe that was originally invented for men. Space blanket. How this metallic marvel saved $1 million space mission. Cans. Why you need to thank Napoleon Bonaparte for your tinned food. We reveal the amazing science and manufacture behind these wicked inventions. High heels are a symbol of elegance, style and femininity. They're the ultimate accessory to any stylish outfit. Did you know though, that their history could not be further from the catwalks and dinner parties of today, and that they were actually once a tool of war?
High heels were initially made for men in around the 16th century. History tells us that they were made in Persia for military men in the Persian army who needed high heels when they were riding horses to keep their feet steady in the stirrups when they were standing up to fire bow and arrows.
When messengers and diplomats of Persia and the Ottoman Empire began journeying to Europe, their distinctive footwear soon became a talking point.
Wealthy aristocrats saw the Persian diplomats wearing these high heels and really liked them and thought they sort of made them look virile and masculine.
As well as this, despite the difficulties in walking in high heels, these new shoes also provided something of a practical use. The streets of 16th century Europe were not a pretty sight. Dirt and human waste littered roads and pavements, and high heels were a perfect way to literally rise above this filth. The obvious added height that high heels gave to the wearer were also a big attraction. Back in 16th century England, King Henry VIII was recognised for his towering stature and stood at over 6 foot tall. Men wanting to mimic this powerful image in order to affirm their status in society adopted high heels. Even 2 centuries later, high heels were just as big, if not an even bigger symbol of power than ever. Louis XIV was often seen wearing lavish high-heeled shoes in a bid to compensate for his lack of natural height. He specifically wore high-heeled shoes with red soles and allowed his closest allies to do so. But what about women wearing high heels? Women in heels coincided with the overall unisex approach to fashion in the 17th century. Aristocratic women would often adopt traditionally masculine fashions and behaviours, such as smoking pipes, cutting their hair and adding epaulets to their outfits. Wearing high heels became an extension of this trend. However, as the Age of Enlightenment gained full traction, where scholars and philosophers would encourage intellectual reasoning and an emphasis on education over traditional aristocratic privilege, men's fashion became more practical and the elaborate heels began to shrink. It wasn't until the late 19th century that high heels were in vogue again. The invention of photography began to transform fashion and the female self-image. Photographers soon realised that high heels complemented and accentuated the female figure. Through the following decades into the 20th century, heels would come and go. Some incarnations would even briefly find their way back into men's fashion, such as cowboy boots and the Beatle boot made famous by the Beatles. But it was in women's fashion that they would find their home. Today, they're firmly established as a must-have item in the wardrobe of fashion-conscious women. Most modern high street high-heeled shoes are produced using machine-based techniques. However, some bespoke shoemakers still prefer the care and attention that only hand-making shoes can provide. One such company is Sargasso & Gray.
Sargasso & Gray is a British shoe company based in London. We were established in 2012 and we started trading in 2014.
So, what's the advantage of hand-making shoes?
You get a finer quality pair of shoes because you've got a lot more attention to detail.
The first step in creating these shoes is to cut the upper and lining. Using a shoe pattern and a sharp shoe knife, the leather is carefully hand-cut around the pattern. After this, a skiving machine is set up according to the thickness of the leather. The edges of the material are then fed into the skiving machine and skived, or in simpler terms, thinned out.
We use a skiving machine which just thins the edges of the leather, and that enables them to be easily folded over and stitched when you stitch them to the inner lining of the shoe.
As the leather itself is quite floppy and lacks sturdiness, a backing material must be added to it. This is done by placing a material such as cotton onto the leather, and then, using a glue, the material is ironed on at a temperature of around 70 degrees so that the material fixes to the leather, ensuring it is now stiff enough to hold its shape as a shoe. Folding tape is then added to the edges and glue applied. before folding using a hammer. Using a sewing machine, the top line or outer part of the shoe is stitched to the inner lining, otherwise known as the trim. Once this is done, any excess material of the inner lining is trimmed away. The lining is then separated from the upper of the shoe and a pocket is created. A stiffener material is put into this pocket, and then by using a hot back part moulding machine at a temperature between 70 and 80 degrees, the heel is given its shape. The next stage of the process is called hand lasting. At this point, the insole board and shank are nailed onto the last. For all those non-shoe experts out there, the shank is a key part of the support structure of the sole of the shoe, and the last is essentially just a mould that the shoe is shaped around. After nailing these to the last, the upper of the shoe is positioned around this moulding using glue and then fixing it with tacks using a pinch hammer. This is then secured to the insole board and the supportive shank. Our shoe is now beginning to take shape. As the bottom of the shoe is smooth, it needs to be prepared in order for a better bond when gluing the sole to the upper part of the shoe. This process is called ruffling, and using a ruffling machine, rough edges are created in the leather that will enable the glue to stick. Meanwhile, the all-important high heel of the shoe is constructed by fixing hard-wearing leather to a plastic moulded heel part. Once the ruffling is complete, the bottom of the shoe is marked with a sole pattern and carefully glued, ready for the soles to be stuck to it, as well as attaching the high heel. To ensure a good, durable shoe, once the sole has been stuck by hand, the shoe is then put under a hydraulic shoe press for 5 minutes and then left overnight for the glue to properly dry and set. The next day, nails are hammered into the heel part of the shoe, and then the shoe is taken from the last before firmly securing the heel by screwing it to the heel shank. The insole of the shoe, or sock, might need a logo stamping to it, or a label stitched to it at this point. So, depending on which, the sock is put into a stamping machine, or otherwise, the label is hand-stitched. We're at the finishing stages now, and the shoe is almost ready. The sock is stuck inside the shoe, which is then gently heated or ironed in order to remove imperfections, such as dents and creases in the leather.
And the final step is if there's any glue spots or any marks, you just get a cloth or some special wipes and then very, very gently just clean around the shoe to remove any residual marks.
Once the shoes have been given a final clean and polish, they're carefully boxed up. And voila! We have our luxury, high-heeled shoe, ready to add glamour to the feet of its owner. Now that's one stylish, wicked invention. The space blanket. These shiny sheets have today become a familiar sight as they are worn by exhausted runners finishing marathons. But these metal marvels have actually been an essential tool for NASA since the 1960s. It is commonly believed that space is a cold, dark void, but that is not really the whole story. As space is a vacuum, it doesn't actually have a temperature itself. But objects placed in it can be cold or hot, depending on their distance and exposure to the sun. There are 3 main ways of transferring heat down here on Earth. Conduction, direct contact from one object to another. Think of a teaspoon warming up when it is left in a cup of hot coffee. Convection, the transfer of heat through air, as you would find with a radiator warming a room. And radiation, where light and heat energy are emitted from a source, a light bulb for example. In space, radiation is the main way heat can be transferred from one object to another, and the sun is the biggest heat source in our solar system. This leads to massive temperature swings for material, depending if it is facing or hidden, and its distance from the sun. For example, a piece of metal in constant exposure to the sun can heat up to 260 degrees Celsius, yet cool to -100 degrees Celsius if in the shade. The space blanket was one method NASA used to combat these extremes.
Space blankets date back to the late 50s, early 60s, when NASA was dealing with the problem that a spacecraft in space is either in very bright sunlight or in the dark. And so the electronics inside, for example, or the people, could get very, very hot. And they solved this problem by finding a way of depositing gold or silver on a very, very thin plastic blanket. In space, a space blanket works by radiating the incoming solar radiation back out again because of the reflecting gold or silver surfaces. And many people will have seen this covering the bottom half of the Apollo lunar module and giving it its famous gold foil appearance.
The material is made up of vaporized metal, most commonly aluminium, that is deposited onto a plastic substrate layer. This means the blanket is very light, flexible, strong, and has excellent reflective properties, which reflect infrared rays that can cause heating. The blanket's importance to NASA was most memorably demonstrated in 1973, when its use saved the Skylab missions. On launch, one of the main solar panel arrays and a micrometeorite shield that was to protect the space station were damaged. The result was that Skylab only ever had one panel deployed, when it was supposed to have two. And without the meteorite shield, it had little thermal protection that resulted in dangerously high temperatures of 130 degrees Fahrenheit being generated on board. NASA's solution was to turn to their trusty space blanket and come up with an ingenious improvised solution that saw the first crew members on board the space station deploy a parasol made up of the shiny material to keep the temperatures on board in the livable range of about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Millions of dollars worth of equipment and years of research had all been saved by the shiny metal sheets. Since the late 1970s, the material's reflective properties have seen it being used on Earth. It was found that participants in hugely popular marathons were particularly at risk from hypothermia, as it could take some time after finishing before they could get back to their belongings and put on some warm clothes. If the race was ran on a cool day, their core temperatures could plummet dangerously and lead to illness. The New York Marathon was one of the first events to implement the potentially life-saving space blanket technology.
The body can lose heat by a couple of different methods in this circumstance. One is through convection, where heat radiates off the body, and also evaporation, where your sweat helps to cool the body down by evaporating off the surface. Using a space blanket with a foil, almost like a foil surface to it, helps to reflect the heat back in. And this is done by a number of ways. One is to reduce the heat loss. This will reduce the amount of warm air coming off your body, and also from the wind taking some of this warm air away. You would be using it almost like an inside-out basis, where you're trying to retain the heat next to the body so that the loss isn't so great. So in reality, the space blanket's the perfect solution because it's durable and flexible, very lightweight, and now ambulances will carry them all folded up, easy to use and store for use in emergency situations.
NASA's space blanket technology has led to it being incorporated into a number of products, from the lightweight sheet carried by mountain walkers for survival situations, to sleeping bags lined with the reflective material to help improve the bag's thermal qualities, and on to house insulation and medical uses. The space blanket is truly a wicked invention. We've seen how the reflective properties of a space blanket can help keep an object cool by repelling the sun's rays, but can we do the opposite? Can we warm something up? In fact, maybe even cook it, just by using the power of the sun and a piece of reflective foil? Yes, we can. Our intrepid tester is feeling a little peckish, but luckily he has some leftover pizza. Unfortunately, he likes his pizza warm. Never fear, we can construct a solar-powered oven made from the pizza box. The materials: a pizza box, aluminium foil, clear adhesive tape, heavy-duty food wrap, black construction paper, craft knife, scissors, and a ruler. To begin, draw a square on top of your pizza box lid. Cut along 3 sides of the square to create a flap. Tape a sheet of aluminium foil to the underside of your flap you have just created. This will reflect the sun's rays into the box. Create a window over the hole left in the pizza box lid by covering it with the plastic wrap and taping down. Make sure it has an airtight seal and repeat on the underside of the box to create a double-sided window. This will help keep the heated air trapped in the box. Line the inside of the pizza box with aluminium foil. As black material absorbs heat, line the bottom of the pizza box with the black construction paper. Your oven is now ready to start cooking. Midday is the perfect time for cooking as the sun is directly overhead and is providing its maximum heat. Our tester places his perfect piece of pizza in the box and securely shuts the lid, making sure no air can escape. Our tester angles the foil flap to direct the sun rays into the box, where it heats the trapped air inside. The longer the time, the more the air will heat, until the pizza starts cooking. It may be the definition of slow cooking, but 45 minutes later, the pizza is piping hot and ready to eat. Yummy steaming pizza, and just cooked by the power of the sun and our reflective foil. Preserving food has been an ongoing challenge throughout history. The struggle to make seasonal produce available during the whole year and in a transportable form has led to many culinary innovations over the centuries, including pickling, salting, drying, and even jellying. These techniques may have improved the shelf life of food and allowed provisions to be kept on board ships for months at a time, but there has always been a downside: taste.
If you're away on a ship for months on months on end, eating nothing but pickled pork and salt cod, you're going to have a very sodium-rich, relatively bland diet, so you'd get fed up quite quickly.
Yet again, it was military necessity that would lead to an invention that would become part of our everyday lives. A simple metal container that revolutionized the food industry: the tin can. It was the French military innovator Napoleon Bonaparte who wanted to end the logistical nightmare of supplying fresh food to thousands of men on campaign that led to the invention of the humble can.
Napoleon Bonaparte was obsessed with being able to provide his troops with the right foods as they marched and conquered their way across Europe. And he opened up a kind of competition, a trial, to find a way of preserving foods which didn't involve the previous ways, which were always air drying, salt drying, alternatively a very laborious way of having to take a butcher on campaign with you, or to sea with fresh flocks of sheep and cows and stuff. They always occupied a lot of space, never tasted as good. So he wanted to find a way where he could get that food, process it and keep it, and then distribute it through the troops.
With 12,000 francs on offer to the best solution to Napoleon's problem, a confectioner and brewer named Nicolas Appert scooped the prize money in 1810 with a technique that had taken 15 years to perfect. Appert placed foodstuffs such as vegetables and dairy products inside sealed glass jars and immersed them in boiling water. This pasteurizing process killed most of the microorganisms that caused the food to rot. The result was food that would last just as long as some of the traditional preserving methods, but taste a great deal better. Indeed, Appert's method was so successful and so simple that it was soon copied and improved upon. By 1813, British businessmen Brian Donking and John Hall were supplying the British Army with food preserved using Appert's technique, but now they were using tin cans instead of glass jars.
The great thing about cans is they're lightweight, they're easy to produce, although at the time it wasn't, and they can be heated up to high temperatures, unlike the glass jars. The British completely embraced it. Food for the first time could be produced, could be freshly produced and sent around the world without fear of spoiling or damage, but even other things, medical supplies, drinks. It really opened up a whole new chapter and closed that door to some degree on the previous techniques of salting, preserving, dry curing, brining and pickling.
The popularity of canned foods only increased as the British Empire grew around the globe. From the 1800s to the present day, from military operations to domestic cooking, all have come to appreciate the usefulness of the tin can, even if the can opener arrived 40 years too late in 1855.
Before the can opener was invented, people used a chisel and a hammer to smash their way into the can. You had to be very careful because it left razor-sharp, jagged edges, and of course, you could ruin the food inside.
Then we went through that period where you'd get a key with the can and it would almost take a strip of the metal out and move it around. The problem is if you lost the key, you had no way of getting the food out. So the invention of a can opener was really quite a benefit to the world.
The tin can, truly a wicked invention. William Say have been manufacturing cans from their factory in London since 1930. Today, their production lines produce millions of cans every year for some of the world's biggest brands. Production starts with 2 different cuts of sheet metal. One that has been pre-printed with a label, which is used to make the body, and another sheet that is pre-cut to make the circular lids and bases of the cans. For the circular parts, a large stack of sheet metal is taken to the press line, where there are 2 different types of machine. One is a manual press, and the other is an automated press. At the manual press machine, a worker feeds strips of metal into the press and uses a foot pedal to initiate the machine. This cuts out a circular component, which can either be the lid or the base of the can, depending on what is required. This component falls down a chute and up onto a magnetic belt. This belt then takes the components to a seamer and applies a safety curl, which bends the metal back, removing any sharp edges.
The reason you use tin as the tin can is that it's much better than steel. Steel in the presence of water or in the presence of bacteria starts to rust, corrode and gets destroyed. And steel particularly will flake, exposing new steel, and so it will continually degrade the can very fast and it will just become useless. Tin on the other hand stops bacteria from forming. It also acts as a coat that doesn't break down if it is slightly reacted. And so it provides a nice sealed system that doesn't destroy itself with the contact of the food inside it.
At the automatic press machine, it is essentially doing the same job as a manual press, but is able to feed itself, make the cuts into the metal, release the component, and dispose of the excess. This machine can operate at a much quicker rate. It also has interchangeable tools that can be changed depending on the product that is required. For the body of the can, the pre-printed sheets of metal are put through a guillotine machine. For safety reasons, this machine loads itself and is able to cut and separate the sheet of metal into strips. The fresh strips are taken to the production line, where they are fed into the body former. One by one, these strips are fed to the former and bent around a mandrel by forming wings. The sides are crimped and given a perfect seal by a large hammer which rises from underneath the mandrel and completes the forming of the can's body. The can is then picked up by magnetic belts, which takes them to a seaming machine.
Modern day cans are not made out of purely tin. This is because of cost. What we now make them out of is steel coated with tin, because the tin provides the antibacterial properties, whereas the steel provides the structural properties. And both processes of coating with tin and producing steel are well known and well understood, and very easy to continue with the manufacturing processes while keeping food cheap.
Here a flange, which is a type of rim, is attached to the top of the can. The base is also fitted and seamed into place, completing the can's production. The cans are gathered onto pallets and taken to be boxed, along with the lids, which will not be fitted until each can has been filled with its various different types of products. The tin can, truly a wicked invention. So there you have it, a dash through the hidden history, super science and amazing manufacture of products that you use every day, but have never realised their amazing background. High heels, space blanket and cans, all wicked inventions.